हमारे मुल्क के पोजीशन को क्लियरली और फोर्सबली हमने रखा। हमने बताया कि पहलगाम का ये वाक़े की वजह से पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है। हम यकीनन हम ये डिमांड करेंगे कि उस सेशन में नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार लोकसभा हो राज्यसभा हो वहाँ पर पहलगाम पे डिस्कशन करवाए।
AIMM Chief Asudan Owaisi, while speaking exclusively to Republic, says India put forth a strong case globally, raised Pahalgam attack, urges debate in monsoon session. DGCA flags safety lapses in Turkish Airlines operations directs the compliance maintenance. US President Trump speaks to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Ukraine drone strike. Putin warns of response after deep strike by Ukraine inside Russia. Celebrations turned into chaos outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium during RCB's IPL victory parade. A massive crowd, and it was a terrible crowd control, and panic led to a deadly stampede. At least 11 people lost their lives and 47 were injured. The Karnataka government has issued a compensation for the victims' families. Watch this report, viewers.
What was meant to be a historic day for RCB fans turned into a tragedy outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. Thousands had gathered to celebrate the team's maiden IPL title win. Excited fans began assembling from early morning, but as crowds swelled, there were no proper barricades, no clear instructions, and no adequate control. Visuals from the scene show people pushing, climbing over barricades and jostling to get a glimpse of their cricketing idols. In an attempt to manage the surge, police resorted to lathi charge, but with over 2 lakh people present, panic broke out, leading to stampede. Several fans collapsed in the chaos. Videos show unconscious people being carried, CPR being administered, and police helping rush the injured to the hospital. According to officials, at least 11 people lost their lives. Some of the victims including young fans who had come to witness what was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime celebration. Even as news of the stampede broke, part of the celebration continued. RCB star Virat Kohli was felicitated on stage. The RCB team still entered the stadium and waved to the cheering crowds inside. However, the event was eventually cut short as the situation outside grew grim. Later, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah called the incident deeply unfortunate and has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the lapses. The state government has announced 10 lakh compensation to the families of the deceased and free treatment for the injured.
I don't blame my police department. They have done their best. I have spoken to the police commissioner and all the people. I'm also going little late to the hospital because now lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors who are trying to take care of the patients. And only the exact number is not been still this one.
ಥರದವು ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್ಗಳು ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾನು ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥವು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಈಗ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಹಿಂದೆ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನ. ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು 50-60 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed his sorrow on social media, calling the incident absolutely heart-wrenching. This tragic incident has now cast a dark shadow over RCB's big win and raised serious questions about crowd management and public safety at large-scale events.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us from a Republic newsroom, Deepak. Deepak, a very tragic incident took place yesterday, very shocking as well, and many injured are still being treated at the hospital. If you could just run our viewers through the latest coming in terms of the investigation and the reactions we have seen from all across the political lines.
That's right, Shivangi. There are several lapses and burning questions that demand accountability. And let me take you through the lapses. First of all, there was overcrowding at the venue. Why was there no control over the number of people entering the celebration zone? There was no demarcated area for the crowd to enter the stadium. There were no proper barricades. And it clearly showed how the crowd outnumbered the police deployment there. And this was because of lack of planning. The government didn't anticipate such a massive crowd gathering at the stadium and outside different places as well along the victory parade route. And along with that, there are several other lapses, Shivangi, like lack of exit management, no crowd segregation, inadequate police deployment, which I just mentioned about, missing disaster response units. Where was the NDRF and SDRF teams when I anticipated such a huge crowd? It was a moment that the entire city would be celebrating. 18 long years wait has come to an end, and the government must have anticipated. They should have expected the crowd to outnumber the police, and with that in mind, they should have at least deployed some of these rescue personnel for immediate rescue and relief operations. But nothing was witnessed on the ground. You could see a couple of policemen carrying the injured people, carrying those who fell unconscious to the hospital. But apart from that, we never saw any NDRF or SDRF personnel stationed there, and there was complete failure of crowd control measures. No barricades, ropes or designated pathways were installed and followed. Lack of real-time monitoring. There was no CCTV surveillance or crowd density monitoring in place because, there was, according to sources, it said that, there was a drain slab that collapsed, which led to this particular tragedy outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And there was also no cap on the venue's capacity. The venue had limited capacity, but look at the crowd, you could really understand that the capacity was overpowered by the surging number of people who had gathered outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and also poor communication setup. There was lack of communication between the security personnel deployed over there to monitor the situation across different points, different zones of these celebrations. And along with that, Shivangi, we have several questions that need to be answered. Who gave clearance for such a large gathering without proper safety measures in place? Was RCB franchise also involved in planning the celebrations and also the logistics, or was it just a civic event that the state government must take responsibility for? Why did authorities underestimate the crowd turnout after a historic win? Was there any prior warnings issued regarding overcrowding or safety risk? Why did local administration fail to regulate or disperse the crowd in time? And will there be a judicial probe or just another attempt to cover up? We saw Siddaramaya's statement, and he clearly there, putting the responsibility on the crowd that had gathered there. In fact, in his defense, he also raked up the Mahakumbh Stampede as well, completely shunning responsibility. And along with that, we have a statement also coming in from the Royal Challengers Bengaluru as well. And in their official statement, which has also been reposted by Virat Kohli, they said that we are deeply anguished by the unfortunate incidents that have come to light through media reports regarding public gatherings all over Bengaluru in anticipation of the team's arrival this afternoon. And the safety and well-being of everyone is of utmost importance to us. But what we understand is that the franchisee hasn't really taken responsibility for what has happened. And furthermore, in their statement, they've said, Shivangi, that RCB mourns the tragic loss of lives and extend our heartfelt condolences to the affected families. But the real question is, can the compensation of 10 lakh rupees bring back the lives which were lost in the stampede? And it's time that accountability must be taken, and the real perpetrators behind this entire scenario that unfolded outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium must be brought to book.
Yes, that's right. And we also have some more breaking news coming in. You were speaking about the reactions from the Karnataka government, but after this tragic stampede in Bengaluru, Virat Kohli has also condoled the loss of lives. In a post on social media platform Instagram, Kohli reshared the official statement of Royal Challengers Bengaluru and said, "At a loss for words, absolutely gutted." So this is what we see right now. And Deepak, this is coming in as RCB had also said, we are deeply anguished by the unfortunate incidents that have come to light through media reports regarding the public gatherings all over Bengaluru in anticipation of the team's arrival this afternoon. Safety and well-being of everyone is of it's very important to us. And this message by RCB has also been reposted by Virat Kohli.
Well, Shivangi, it's a very templated response coming in from the franchise as well as Royal Challengers Bengaluru star player Virat Kohli. You know, a lot must have been done on ground zero, but nothing was ensured. The crowd went berserk. They were climbing atop of each other and they were stamping one another just to get into the crowd, just to get into the stadium. And what's even more shocking is that despite the stampede outside the stadium, the celebration and the felicitation continued inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. They could have delayed it by a couple of days, ensured proper, crowd control measures, proper barricading, proper deployment, and then they could have proceeded with the celebration. But it is so insensitive that people are losing their lives outside the stadium and inside there's a gala event that's going on. So this is really condemnable. No amount of condemnation or condolences will bring back the lives of those 11 people, Shivangi, in that particular stampede.
All right, thank you for getting those details, Deepak. I will be coming back to you and to our other reporters in Bengaluru, because what began as excitement outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium ended in horror. Massive crowds, closed gates and complete mismanagement led to stampede-like situation. The police lathi charged fans, the people collapsed and chaos unfolded right outside the venue. Our report brings you the ground visuals from unconscious fans to desperate CPR attempts and bodies carried away.
Thousands gathered hours before the match. Excitement high, but patience wearing thin. The gates remained closed. The crowds kept swelling. A sea of restless fans, many of them young, hopeful, and simply wanting to witness a moment of sporting history. Then, without warning, chaos. Police began lathi charging the crowd. Sticks raised, people scattering, the air filled with screams and confusion. Officers shouted orders, pushing people back, trying to control the surge. But the crowd, desperate and packed shoulder to shoulder, could barely move. And then it happened, a moment of panic. The surge began. People were pushing, falling, climbing over each other. A stampede. In the madness, some tried to help. A group of women lifted an unconscious man from the ground, his face pale, lips turning blue. Another man lay on the pavement, gasping for breath, his chest rising in shallow spurts. No ambulance, no stretchers. Soon, the grim task began. Police and stadium staff hurriedly lifted bodies, lifeless forms, covered with sweat and dust, onto the stretchers. Ambulances pulled in, sirens off. The bodies were brought to hospitals, but too late for many. Inside, families clutched to the bodies of their sons, brothers, friends, mothers hollowed. Fathers stood frozen, silence heavier than any noise. And later, through shaky mobile footage shared by fans, the truth emerged. Cries for help, closed gates, no crowd control, no medic, just mismanagement and death.
Joy turned to despair, celebrations turned into chaos, and a city's euphoria turned into anguish. What was supposed to be a moment of unbridled joy and jubilation, a victory that would unite a city in celebration, instead descended into tragedy. A devastating stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru has left multiple lives lost and many more injured, raising questions about crowd management, security protocols, and the decisions that led to this catastrophe. As a city mourns the loss of lives, a bigger question looms. Could this tragedy have been prevented? Here's more.
It was supposed to be a moment of joy. A city celebrating a hard-earned victory. But at 4:45 p.m. on Wednesday, June the 4th, the celebrations turned into chaos, into a nightmare. A stampede broke out outside gate number 18 of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Barricades meant to manage the crowds were broken. And why? Because police resorted to a lathi charge on the gathered fans. Initial reports now suggest that it was the use of force that triggered the deadly stampede. A stampede that took lives and sent many to the hospital. Who gave the order? Why was it necessary? Where was the crowd control plan? Video evidence now confirms that the stampede was not limited to the gates, it also spread like wildfire. An utter failure in management and in judgment. The situation escalated so severely that the BMRCL, the city's metro rail authority, was forced to shut down multiple stations. An entire city's transportation brought to a standstill because authorities could not control a crowd during a planned event. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reacted, saying that, quote, "The pain of this tragedy has erased the joy of victory." A compensation of rupees 10 lakhs has been announced for the families of the deceased. But is this compensation enough? What about accountability? Who was in charge of security? Why weren't crowd control protocols enforced before things got out of hand? And if a victory parade was deemed too dangerous, why was the stadium allowed to be filled beyond control? The Chief Minister has appealed to the public, saying life is more important than love and affection. But after last night, we must say this to the administration. Life is definitely worth a lot more than sugar-coated talks. And those responsible for this avoidable and deadly chaos must answer.
Yes, viewers, getting some more breaking news coming in right now. National Investigation Agency NIA raids underway at multiple locations in Shopia district, and pictures on your screen from earlier today. So far, NIA has conducted raids at 8 locations in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopia. And those pictures are coming in. This is Shopia, viewers, and these are NIA raids which are underway. And we are seeing this happening not just in Shopia, but 8 locations. 8 locations have been raided right now, and multiple locations, 25 plus in Jammu and Kashmir. So let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us at this point of time. Let's go ahead to Zeenat. Zeenat, yes, take our viewers through these NIA raids which are happening. 8 locations in Jammu and Kashmir, Shopia, over 25 plus locations all over Jammu and Kashmir. And this is coming in as we see that the probe investigation and the clues for any kind of terrorist links are continuing for months now. Yes, Zeenat.
These are the raids that are being conducted, destroy the ecosystem that is prevailing in the Kashmir Valley. This is a terror infrastructure for which the destruction is taking place by the National Investigating Agency. As far as we are seeing the multiple raids across the Kashmir Valley, whether they have touched the districts like Shopian, where the 8 locations are underway, being searched by the National Investigating Agency. Similarly, the Pulwama, and in North Kashmir, if we shift, it's Sopore as well as Kupwara, which is a border district. There have been the reports and some evidences that suggest that these people who are being raiding today, they have the links with the terror outfits for which the searches were seen. Early morning, we've been seeing the National Investigating Team being assisted by Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF in these operations, the digital evidences, the multiple devices, and also some people are being questioned for their links with the terror outfits. So this is another crackdown that we see in the Kashmir Valley early morning, where the National Investigation Team is conducting the raids. NIA is playing an important role in dismantling the terror ecosystem in the Kashmir Valley, whether it was the important cases in the Jammu, or for that matter in Kashmir, recently the bicycle attack, that was also handed over to the NIA for the further investigation. NIA has delivered its best in all these cases as of now to dismantle the ecosystem, to connect the dots as far as the people who are supporting the terrorists, be it the foreign terrorists or the local terrorists, or they are providing the logistical or the financial support. That all is being investigated by the NIA in these raids. So we are seeing the raids in Riban, Nagri, and other such villages in the Shopian, and simultaneously in the Pulwama, which is the adjoining district of the Shopian, the raids are being conducted. In Sopore, if we go to the North Kashmir, the Sopore has always been a terror hub. It has been the hometown of the Hurriyat Hawk lead Gilani, and North Kashmir's Kupwara, the border district that has the links with the line of control. Two are being searched and scanned by the National Investigating Agency.
Yes, Zeenat, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. I just want to go ahead to the other updates we're getting for our viewers. Multiple NIA raids are also underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Raids conducted at over 25 locations across Jammu and Kashmir. Raids conducted in Kathua district of Jammu as well. The raids are part of a larger crackdown of terror ecosystems in Jammu and Kashmir. So we see that NIA has been investigating and conducting raids in many areas, especially in Jammu and Shopian, like my colleague was talking about it a short while back. The main focus would be terror funding and looking for clues and looking for any kind of links. Gursimran joining us live. Let's go to Gursimran joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, these raids are happening all across Jammu and Kashmir, including Jammu, where you are right now. Just to give our viewers a bit of sense about what exactly is happening on the ground. Specifically, what are the NIA teams looking for?
See, this morning around 6 in the morning, the raids have started. That is what we are picking up from the sources in the National Investigation Agency. The most important thing is that this is a part of a larger crackdown on terror that the National Investigation Agency is looking into. Since the majority of the area that are being raided by the agency are in the South Kashmir, so it is believed that somewhat it is looking into a larger network of terrorists behind that were behind the Baisar terror attack, in which 26 civilians, innocent civilians, were killed by the Pakistani terrorists, and after that we have seen India's retaliation. But the National Investigation Agency that has been handed over the case is looking into a larger perspective. Also in the Jammu's Kathua, the raids are being conducted. We are told that these raids are being conducted at over 25 locations, but by the end of the day, with the subsequent raids also being lined up later in the day, the number will go somewhere close to 30. And in the Kathua, it is being looked into that the Pakistani-based terrorists that infiltrate along the international border to the Indian side, and then they carry out the act of terror. They are under scanner, their associates are under scanner, because if you look back, there have been several arrests that have been made by the Kathua police in last couple of years. Soon after this Sada Sohel encounter, where 2 Jaish terrorists were killed, and then an entire network of the terror ecosystem was exposed in the Jammu region. And now the NIA is looking for the same in the Kashmir, South Kashmir, North Kashmir and Central Kashmir. The raids are underway, and so does in the Kathua district. But one thing is very clear, that this is a major crackdown on a larger terror nexus that was behind the Pahalgam, that is the Baisar terror attack that is being probed by the National Investigation Agency, because they have very recently registered the case and the investigation of the same is underway.
That's right. Thank you for giving us details. I'll be coming back to Gursimran for more. I have to take a short break right now. Much more coming right up. We will be putting our focus right now in some of the other stories we are tracking. US President Donald Trump speaks to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Ukraine drone strike. Putin warns of response after deep strike by Ukraine inside Russia. And 1 person killed and 6 others were injured after a mass shooting incident in Canada's Toronto. Stay tuned.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy.
Ladies and gentlemen, India today is not just growing, we are rising. But let me ask you a question. What fuels this rise? GDP? Numbers? No. It is the spine of this country. It is the heartbeat of a billion Indians who say, nation first, no compromise. And when we say nation first, we remember the soldiers who don't get a second chance to say goodbye, the ones who carry our flag into fire, the mothers who sacrifice sons so we can live in peace. They didn't ask what the country could give them, they gave it their everything. So don't you dare put politics above patriotism, don't you dare forget what built this land. Put India before ideology, put sacrifice before speech, put nation first. That is non-negotiable, because if this isn't your India, you don't deserve her future.
"11 dead, 47 injured in the stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. State government forms inquiry panel, which will submit report within 15 days. Karnataka government caught napping. Celebrations continue while the stampede was happening. CM Siddaramaiah has put onus on crowd gathered outside the stadium.
हमने यहाँ पर जाकर हमारे मुल्क के पोजीशन को क्लियरली और फोर्सबली हमने रखा। हमने बताया कि पहलगाम का ये वाक़े की वजह से पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है। हम यकीनन हम ये डिमांड करेंगे कि उस सेशन में नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार लोकसभा हो राज्यसभा हो वहाँ पर पहलगाम पे डिस्कशन करवाए।
AIMM Chief Asudin Owaisi, while speaking exclusive with Republic, says India put forth strong case globally, raised Pahalgam attack, urges debate in monsoon session. DGCA flags safety lapses in Turkish Airlines operation, directs compliant maintenance. US President Trump speaks to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Ukraine drone strike. Putin warns of response after deep strike by Ukraine inside Russia. Very good morning, viewers. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has now convened the meeting in Brussels, Belgium, with defense ministers from across Europe to discuss the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The NATO chief has, during the meeting, reaffirmed the alliance support to Ukraine and in its war against Russia. Here's a report on the latest global development. Take a look.
As the Russia-Ukraine war rages on, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has reaffirmed the alliance commitment to Ukraine in its war against Russia. Speaking alongside Ukraine Defense Minister Rustam Umerov, Rutte said that the meeting is taking place amid Russia conducting strikes in Ukraine and attack innocent people.
We will have today our Ukraine Defense Contact Group with many ministers attending. And this takes place at a moment when the Russians are still attacking innocent people in Ukraine, cities. This is violence for the sake of violence. And you can be assured that NATO, the allies, stand with you.
Meanwhile, the US Defense Secretary to skip the meeting on Ukraine for the first time since the group was set up 3 years ago. Rutte reiterated US President Donald Trump's statement, saying that the US remains committed to EU's aims. Ukraine Defense Minister Rustam Umerov asserted that the Ukraine only wants peace.
Ukraine wants peace. We have supported the initiative of President Trump from February. Ukraine sends its teams all the time for the negotiations, but we see that at the moment ultimatums continue. We're thankful to all the nations for the support, and hopefully today we will have some good announcements, very productive meetings as always, and hope to achieve unity and show our resilience and signal of unity once again.
The meeting comes amid heightened tensions between Russia and Ukraine, and hot on the heels after Ukraine launched its biggest drone attack on Russia on Sunday.
US President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin held a phone call on Russia-Ukraine. During the talks with Trump, Putin said that Moscow will respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack. Take a look at this report for more.
US President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin held phone call on Russia-Ukraine war. During the talks, Putin said that Moscow will respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack. Trump, who announced the call afterward in a post on Truth Social, made no mention of applying pressure on the Russian leader to agree to a ceasefire. Instead, the US president acknowledged that the 75-minute conversation will not yield an immediate end to the war in Ukraine. Earlier, Moscow said that the military operations were on the table for its response to Ukrainian attacks deep inside Russia and accused the West of being involved in them. Russia also urged the US and Britain to restrain Kyiv after the attacks, which Ukrainian officials have lauded, showing Kyiv can still fight back after more than 3 years of war.
The US vetoed a resolution moved by the UNSC seeking an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Defending the move, the permanent US envoy to the UN said the resolution neither condemned the October 7th, 2023 terror attacks by Hamas and nor was it linked to the safe release of remaining Jewish hostages. His report, take a look.
The US nixed a resolution tabled at the UN seeking immediate and a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. The resolution was tabled at a special session of the UN Security Council. Defending the veto, America's permanent envoy to the UN said the resolution did not call for the safe release of the remaining Jewish hostages. The envoy noted that the resolution also did not unequivocally condemned the horrendous October 7, 2023 terror attacks in southern Israel. The attacks perpetrated by Hamas left over 1,000 Jews, mostly civilians, including infants, dead and scores more injured. Despite broadly agreeing to the terms of a ceasefire proposed by the US, Israel has continued with its offensive in Gaza over the last few days. An airstrike on the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza on Tuesday claimed at least 12 civilian lives. The mounting civilian toll from the latest wave of Israeli airstrikes has drawn global concern.
One person was killed and several others were injured after a mass shooting incident in Canada's Toronto. According to reports, the shooting took place in Lawrence Heights neighborhood of North York. The Toronto police confirmed that at least 5 people were hospitalized with non-life-threatening gunshot wounds. The police have launched an investigation to track down the shooter. Here's a report. Take a look.
At least one person died and 5 others were injured on Tuesday night following a shooting at Lawrence Heights in Toronto. Toronto police and emergency responders rushed to the scene following reports of gunfire shortly after 8:30 p.m. Upon arrival, the police discovered multiple victims with gunshot wounds. The Toronto police confirmed that at least 5 people were hospitalized with non-life-threatening gunshot wounds.
We were in our apartment. We just saw hundreds of cop cars flying by, putting the kids to bed for the past 45 minutes. And we saw police blocking off roads, making sure ambulances can get through. It's just scary. It's happening in our neighborhood.
Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow expressed concern over the violence, saying our office was in touch with Toronto Police and Deputy Mayor Mike Cole. The entire area of the incident has been cordoned off and an investigation is underway to track down the shooter.
Both Europe and the US claimed some progress in the ongoing tariff talks, but added that there was no breakthrough during a meeting in Paris. The top trade negotiator of the European Union has met his US representative, Jameson Greer, on Wednesday on the sidelines of a meeting of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Here's a report.
The top trade negotiators of the European Union and the United States met in Paris on Wednesday in the quest of settling a tense tariff spat with global economic ramifications. The EU's top trade negotiator met with his American counterpart, Jameson Greer, on the sidelines of a meeting of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. However, Brussels and Washington are unlikely to reach a substantive trade agreement in Paris, as issues dividing them are too difficult to be resolved quickly.
I have to say that after this discussion, we both concluded that we are advancing in the right direction at pace. And as you know, our teams are currently discussing all the issues in the Washington, D.C. They will spend most of the week there in very concrete topic by topic discussion. And our goal, of course, is to maintain the momentum. And we agree that after this the technical talks would be concluded, it will come again back to our video conferencing and assess the progress and charter the way forward.
President Donald Trump has blamed the gap between what the US sells and what it buys from Europe on unfair trade practices, while singling out the EU's 10% tax on imported cars for criticism. The EU has argued that its purchases of US services, especially in the technology sector, all but overcome the deficit. The EU has offered the US a 0-for-0 deal in which both sides end tariffs on industrial goods, including automobiles.
Breaking news coming in. Trump signed a proclamation restricting the issuance of foreign student visas at Harvard University. Trump restricts visas of foreign students at Harvard University. Okay, big update coming in right now. Trump bans visa for international students at Harvard University. And remember, there has been a huge face-off between Harvard and Trump over this issue. And the latest coming in, we see Donald Trump signs order banning foreign students' visas at Harvard University. At this time, Trump has signed an executive order barring most foreign students from entering the US to attend Harvard, accusing the university of posing national security risks. And in the executive order, Trump declared that it would jeopardize the national security to allow Harvard to continue hosting foreign students on its campus. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us for more on this. Let's go straight across to my colleague. Yes, Deepak, what we have seen so far is that there is a huge face-off between Trump and Harvard University, escalation between the White House and one of the wealthiest and oldest universities in the world, so prestigious. And we've seen so many Indian students, also go to Harvard and aspire to go to Harvard. If you could just take our viewers through the latest coming in as he signs his executive order.
Right, Shivangi, Trump is taking on the Ivy League university ever since anti-Semitic protests were witnessed. And after these protests were witnessed, the face-off started when Trump demanded the list of students and their nationalities. He demanded the details of these foreign students, but Harvard has been, denying and also rejecting these demands of Donald Trump, and they have not handed over the list of these foreign students. And Donald Trump has been, phase by phase, cutting down the funding for Harvard University. And this time, it's a sweeping move that Donald Trump has announced this time around. Let me take you through the details that's coming in. Trump has issued a proclamation suspending the issuance of new visas for international students who are planning to attend Harvard University. And the 6-month ban effective immediately applies to F1, M1 and J1 visa categories. Now, let me take you through what F1, J1 and M1 categories are. F1 visas is for academic student visa. It is for international students enrolling in academic programs in the United States, example, universities, colleges, high schools, and language training programs, and it is valid only up to 12 months for the optional practical training and 24 months for STEM fields. And let me tell you about M1 visa. M1 visa is for vocational student, and the fixed length is up to 1 year. So students using this particular visa for pursuing non-academic or vocational studies have also been suspended. And finally, the J1 visa is the exchange visitor visa for individuals approved to participate in exchange visitor programs, including students, researchers, professors, interns and trainees, AU pairs and others. All of them have now been suspended. And this particular visa can range from several weeks to years as well. So Donald Trump has banned all these students who come under J1, M1 and L1 category. This is something that was expected, and Harvard didn't expect it to happen so soon, because we've seen the timeline of events between Harvard and Donald Trump. It's there on your screens. On April 11th, the administration demanded an end to DEI reforms and oversight powers, and following that, Harvard also refused to give in to these demands. $2.2 billion in grants were revoked by the Trump administration on April 14. And April 16, DHS has probed international student program. And after that, April 17, the Education Department has investigated foreign donations, and foreign donations were then slashed. $1 billion more in research funding was also pulled out by the Trump administration from Harvard. And it's not just that, Shivangi. Harvard also sued Donald Trump for freezing the funding, and Harvard also was barred from future federal grants as well. So this is something that Donald Trump has been, imposing on Harvard in exchange for the details of the foreign students who are studying on campus. And this is a major crackdown that Donald Trump has announced, especially in light of anti-Semitic protests coming to the fore from various universities. And Donald Trump has, cancelled all federal contracts worth $100 million. He has now banned foreign students from taking part or, in fact, attending educational programs in Harvard University, Shivangi.
All right, Deepak, I wanted to hold on for a second because Trump is announcing some more bans and some more restrictions. Trump has announced a new ban, a new full travel ban on people from 12 countries, partial restrictions on 7 countries to go on effect very soon from Monday onwards. And ban includes Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Iran, Libya and others. This is huge coming in because this move has been made to make sure that people from these countries who are coming in do not have any terrorism ties. So this is entry which is being restricted. Yes, I'm coming back to you, Deepak, right now. fully restricts entry from Afghanistan, from Myanmar, Chad, Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan and Yemen. And this is coming in as per that there are no proper screening processes. There could be links to terrorists from the people who are coming from this country. So he has definitely put a huge ban there. It's very, very big, because in many countries in that list, Deepak.
That's right, Shivangi. We recently witnessed what happened in Colorado. The suspected man who threw Molotov cocktails at an Israeli protest, which was peaceful in nature, has been arrested, and upon investigation it was found that the accused, identified as Soleimani, was an Egyptian national. So he had entered the United States illegally and he had been residing there for quite some time now. And in view of these incidents coming to the fore, Donald Trump administration has released something called as the fact sheet. President Donald J. Trump restricts the entry of foreign nationals to protect the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. And he has called this combating terrorism through common sense security standards. And President Donald Trump signed a proclamation to protect the nation from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats from entry into the United States. Let me take you through the key points in this particular order. Securing our borders and interests, that is one of the main points.
Yes.
It is President's sacred duty to take action to ensure that those seeking to enter our country will not harm the American people. But we've seen in the recent past, and history also tells us how some of these nationals belonging to these 12 countries that Donald Trump has announced a ban on have been involved in various attacks across the United States. And to curb these attacks and also to bar their entry into the United States, this travel ban has been imposed by the Trump administration.
That is right. And thank you, Deepak, for getting us up to date with all those details coming in from all over the world, especially what's happening when it comes to the United States. But I have to move ahead right now and tell our viewers what else is happening from all across the globe. Let's get that snapshot up. Yes, President Trump has now rang up his Russian counterpart, Vladimir, to discuss the aftermath of the Ukrainian drone strike on docked Russian fighter jets. A post on his private messaging platform Truth Social, Trump says that the call lasted over an hour. Sharing details of the telephone conversation, Trump said Putin said that Russia will have to respond to the Ukrainian drone barrage. He posted that the conversation, while good, will not lead to immediate peace. Pramod Kumar Mishra, the Principal Secretary to PM Modi, delivered India's statement at the GPDRR 2025 in Geneva, showcasing the world's largest nationally anchored DRR financing system, called for concrete time-bound outcomes and creation of a global facility for catalytic funding, technical assistance and knowledge exchange.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही. चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की. तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now. We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now. don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth, when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now. What it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth, when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Without a doubt, I believe care for the lives of the fans. For them, it's all commerce. And the politicians who organized that event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, DK Shivkumar, all of them are obviously there because they want to take mileage out of the victory. I had to tell the IPL chairman, Mr. Dhumal, why don't you call RCB and tell them to stop the celebration? But even that didn't happen, and the organizers decided that while people were lying there dead, and while people were still in hospital, and while there were dozens of people fighting for their lives, at that very moment, the organizers decided to go ahead with a massive celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. You see, for these cricketers and for these boss men of cricket and for the politicians, all that matters is self-importance, money, commerce, and the fan is a cog in the wheel to be used circumstantially. I refuse to believe the organizers did not know. The fact is not that they did not know. The fact is that they did not care. They couldn't have cared less about the lives of the fans.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Eleven dead, 47 injured in the stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. State government forms inquiry panel to submit a report within 15 days. Karnataka government caught napping. Celebrations continued while the stampede was happening. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah puts onus on crowd outside the stadium.
हमने यहाँ पर जाकर हमारे मुल्क के पोजीशन को क्लियरली और फोर्सबली हमने रखा हमने बताया कि पहलगाम का ये वाक़े की वजह से पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है। हम यकीनन हम ये डिमांड करेंगे कि उस सेशन में नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार लोकसभा हो राज्यसभा हो वहाँ पर पहलगाम पे डिस्कशन करवाए।
AIMIM chief Owaisi says India put forth a strong case globally. Meanwhile, DGCA flags safety lapses in Turkish Airlines operations direct compliance maintenance. US President Donald Trump speaks to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Ukraine drone strike. Putin warns of response after deep strike by Ukraine inside Russia. Very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our top focus remains on the Bengaluru Stampede horror. Outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, there was a massive gathering of fans who were there to celebrate the victory of RCB. 18 long years, but what happened outside the stadium is nothing less than a horror story, because 11 people have lost their lives and over 40 have been injured in the stampede that took place. And the Karnataka government, in a templated response, has blamed the fans and has issued a compensation. But the question is, can the compensation bring back those 11 lives? Here's a report.
What was meant to be a historic day for RCB fans turned into a tragedy outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. Thousands had gathered to celebrate the team's maiden IPL title win. Excited fans began assembling from early morning, but as crowds swelled, there were no proper barricades, no clear instructions, and no adequate control. Visuals from the scene show people pushing, climbing over barricades, and jostling to get a glimpse of their cricketing idols. In an attempt to manage the surge, police resorted to lathi charge, but with over 2 lakh people present, panic broke out, leading to stampede. Several fans collapsed in the chaos. Videos show unconscious people being carried, CPR being administered, and police helping rush the injured to the hospital. According to officials, at least 11 people lost their lives. Some of the victims including young fans who had come to witness what was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime celebration. Even as news of the stampede broke, part of the celebration continued. RCB star Virat Kohli was felicitated on stage. The RCB team still entered the stadium and waved to the cheering crowds inside. However, the event was eventually cut short as the situation outside grew grim. Later, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah called the incident deeply unfortunate and has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the lapses. The state government has announced 10 lakh compensation to the families of the deceased and free treatment for the injured.
I don't blame my police department. They have done their best. I have spoken to the police commissioner and all the people. I'm also going a little late to the hospital because now a lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors who are trying to take care of the patients. And only the exact number is not been still this one.
ಈ ಥರದವು ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್ಗಳು ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾನು ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥವು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಈಗ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಹಿಂದೆ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನ. ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 50-60 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed his sorrow on social media, calling the incident absolutely heart-wrenching. This tragic incident has now cast a dark shadow over RCB's big win and raised serious questions about crowd management and public safety at large-scale events.
Viewers, while that was the entire story of what exactly happened at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, in our next report, we bring you those visuals, those heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching visuals from outside the stadium where you can see the police lathi charging the crowds, the fans climbing over one another. And when an unconscious fan was seen there, another was seen, administering CPR to that particular person. Here are some of those gut-wrenching visuals from outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium.
Thousands gathered hours before the match. Excitement high, but patience wearing thin. The gates remained closed. The crowds kept swelling. A sea of restless fans, many of them young, hopeful, and simply wanting to witness a moment of sporting history. Then, without warning, chaos. Police began lathi charging the crowd. Sticks raised, people scattering, the air filled with screams and confusion. Officers shouted orders, pushing people back, trying to control the surge. But the crowd, desperate and packed shoulder to shoulder, could barely move. And then it happened, a moment of panic. The surge began. People were pushing, falling, climbing over each other. A stampede. In the madness, some tried to help. A group of women lifted an unconscious man from the ground, his face pale, lips turning blue. Another man lay on the pavement, gasping for breath, his chest rising in shallow spurts. No ambulance, no stretchers. Soon, the grim task began. Police and stadium staff hurriedly lifted bodies, lifeless forms, covered with sweat and dust, onto the stretchers. Ambulances pulled in, sirens off. The bodies were brought to hospitals, but too late for many. Inside, families clutched to the bodies of their sons, brothers, friends, mothers hollowed. Fathers stood frozen, silence heavier than any noise. And later, through shaky mobile footage shared by fans, the truth emerged. Cries for help, closed gates, no crowd control, no medic, just mismanagement and death.
Viewers, what was supposed to be a moment of joy and celebrations quickly spiraled into chaos, panic and commotion, leading to a tragic loss of 11 lives in that particular stampede. Security protocols were thrown to the wind, and the bigger question is, could this tragedy have been averted if there was proper planning? Here is the sequence of events that led to that deadly stampede right outside the celebration venue.
It was supposed to be a moment of joy. A city celebrating a hard-earned victory. But at 4:45 p.m. on Wednesday, June the 4th, the celebrations turned into chaos, into a nightmare. A stampede broke out outside gate number 18 of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Barricades meant to manage the crowds were broken. And why? Because police resorted to a lathi charge on the gathered fans. Initial reports now suggest that it was the use of force that triggered the deadly stampede. A stampede that took lives and sent many to the hospital. Who gave the order? Why was it necessary? Where was the crowd control plan? Video evidence now confirms that the stampede was not limited to the gates, it also spread like wildfire. An utter failure in management and in judgment. The situation escalated so severely that the BMRCL, the city's metro rail authority, was forced to shut down multiple stations. An entire city's transportation brought to a standstill. because authorities could not control a crowd during a planned event. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reacted, saying that, quote, "The pain of this tragedy has erased the joy of victory." A compensation of rupees 10 lakhs has been announced for the families of the deceased. But is this compensation enough? What about accountability? Who was in charge of security? Why weren't crowd control protocols enforced before things got out of hand? And if a victory parade was deemed too dangerous, why was the stadium allowed to be filled beyond control? The Chief Minister has appealed to the public, saying life is more important than love and affection. But after last night, we must say this to the administration. Life is definitely worth a lot more than sugar-coated talks. And those responsible for this avoidable and deadly chaos must answer.
Viewers, there were several deadly lapses, but the bigger question is who is to be held accountable? Is the state government responsible for this, or is RCB's franchise also, to be blamed for this entire tragedy that was witnessed outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium? Questions linger whether this was just, security protocols being absent or a combination of protocols being thrown to the wind and inadequate infrastructure. Here's a complete report on that.
A city celebration turned into nightmare. On Wednesday, a stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium claimed 11 lives. Over 40 were injured. Close to 2 lakh fans gathered near the stadium, far exceeding any reasonable crowd control capacity. The very fans who bled red and gold for 18 years were let down fatally. A tragedy that was entirely preventable. Eyewitness accounts speak of utter mismanagement, zero crowd barriers, and panic as fans surged forward. Police forces were overwhelmed. Emergency exits were blocked. People were trampled. The stadium gates, symbols of celebration, became scenes of horror. RCB and the Karnataka State Cricket Association issued a joint statement expressing, quote-unquote, deep concern and heartfelt condolences. They've also announced rupees 5 lakh compensation for each family affected. The Chief Minister has also announced rupees 10 lakh ex gratia. Just hours after the tragedy, RCB's official social media account shared a celebratory video glorifying their bus ride through cheering crowds, even as ambulances were ferrying victims away. The caption, "This welcome is what pure love looks like." Insensitive, tone deaf, unforgivable. The post has since then been deleted, but the damage already done. Who will answer for the lives lost and the ones left scarred? This cannot be brushed under another pile of condolences, messages, and compensation checks. 11 lives are gone, families are shattered, and yet there is no official apology, no inquiry commission, no one taking responsibility. Bengaluru demands answers, and it demands them now. The silence from those in charge is deafening.
Viewers, let's now take you through the deadly lapses that led to the tragic loss of 11 lives. First, no cap on crowd size despite the overwhelming turnout. We've seen how crowd turned out across Bengaluru and outside the stadium as well. And despite that, there was no cap on the crowd. Zero crowd control mechanisms in place. There was literally no visible, crowd control measures in place. Barricades were completely shattered. The police security chain completely crumbled in the face of the high turnout of the crowd. Poor coordination between civic bodies and the police. There was no coordination between the police and the rescue teams there. Emergency exits were blocked or poorly marked. There was no proper demarcation of entry and exit points that led to complete chaos and no real-time crowd density monitoring. Medical response teams arrived too late because of the traffic jam and the surging crowd, and barricades collapsed due to overcrowding. Barricades were not in adequate numbers, and when you completely lack basic disaster preparedness, KCA is in huge trouble because they didn't have any disaster management teams. Their organizers failed to anticipate fan frenzy. Despite the kind of fan following they have, the organizers didn't really pay heed to the number of crowd or the number of people who could really turn out at the venue. Police presence was minimal and ineffective. The crowd overpowered the police there. You could easily see how the police, with no other option, resorted to lathi charge, and that's when the entire situation spiraled out of control. Communication failure amid rising panic. The police also panicked, the crowd also panicked, and there was complete failure of communication. Security protocols were thrown to the wind. There was no proper demarcated zones for entry and the movement of crowds, and that's exactly what led to the chaos there. Absence of public announcements worsened the chaos. Public announcements started, but only after the stampede took place. So these are some of the lapses, glaring lapses, that cost the lives of 11 people outside that particular stadium. Now, the questions that the government must answer: why authorize celebrations after the stampede? Despite seeing what is happening outside the stadium, there were celebrations inside the stadium. Completely insensitive decision on part of the government and the organizers as well, who authorized the mass gathering without proper safety protocols. When the government can't ensure safety protocols, why even authorize mass gatherings? Why wasn't crowd size regulated despite clear warning signs? There were several warning signs outside the airport, near Vidhan Sauda, and outside the stadium as well. Where were the police and disaster management teams? You could literally see there were a handful of police personnel present outside the stadium when there was complete chaos. Why were emergency exits and medical stations not pre-planned? There was no visible deployment of ambulances or rescue teams outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Also, why was real-time crowd monitoring absent at the venue? There are several CCTV cameras in and around the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and despite that, there were no crowd control measures that were put in place. Why was real-time crowd monitoring absent? This is one of the biggest questions that the state government must answer. Why did political optics take priority over public safety? You could see there was one visual of DK Shivkumar, waving the flag and passing through a street. At that particular street, the crowd was completely regulated with barricades and security deployment. But outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium and at the Vidhan Sauda, the crowd completely, went berserk looking at RCB arriving there. Will accountability be fixed, or will this be another blame game? Will the government blame the organizers? Will the franchisee blame the government? Who is to be held accountable here? That's the big question. Why were repeated calls for decongestion ignored on ground? Despite the surge in the crowd with each passing hour, the government, the police there didn't really do anything to decongest the stadium outside where the crowd was surging every single minute. We have Abhishek joining us live from outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, where 11 lives were lost. Abhishek, take us through what you see on ground zero in the aftermath of the tragic stampede.
Well, Deepak, it is very clear what had to be the city of celebration has turned to be the city of mourning because of the incident that happened yesterday, which was due to the negligence of both civilians as well as the police department.
The stampede actually happened where at least 50,000 people were here present yesterday to witness the glorious victory of their very own team, Royal Challengers Bengaluru, and the situation here hasn't changed with respect to yesterday's event. We see lots and lots of loaded, piled up footwear which is still lying on the road. We have been informed at least
is still lying on the road. We have been informed at least 2 full lorries of the slippers and the shoes had been taken out from this place yesterday. But still, we are here to witness these things here, and it is very clear that the police couldn't manage the crowd, and we also see the barricades which have been broken, fallen down on the footpath. This is the place which took the lives of 11 innocent people who were here to support their Royal Challengers Bengaluru, who won the trophy by finally after 18 years, but due to the negligence of the government, due to the negligence of the police department, due to the negligence of the civilians, this is what the Bangalore has started to see as now. And this is not the only happened yesterday. The visuals which we clearly saw yesterday obviously made sure that people were out of their senses. Police couldn't handle the crowd. The people tried to break through the gates of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. This is one of event that happened in history, at least in the last 45 to 47 years in the state of Karnataka or in the city of Bengaluru. Not a stampede like this had ever happened. So this is the actual situation of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Now, no people, no protection. There is 100% vulnerability at this hour. And also, Deepak, not to forget, the Sidramaya, the government of Karnataka, Sidramaya, has mentioned that he would at least give 10 lakhs for a person who was deceased to the family of the deceased persons. But what is the point of giving money is the question raised by the family members of the deceased. And also, at least 40 to 50 people are still taking their medication in a couple of private hospitals as well as some of the government hospitals. We are yet to see if any of those injured people will have to walk through the life or death toll. We will have to wait and watch what might be the reaction from the government. Obviously, DCM DK Shivkumar, when he was speaking to the media yesterday, claimed that it is not the fault of government, but also he said he apologizes for what has happened. But will the apology get back the 11 lives which have already been lost? Not to forget, Deepak, a 16-year-old, a 13-year-old child lost their lives. It is also the responsibility of the civilians, their families, to make sure that they had to take all the measures to make sure that their family was safe. But despite knowing at least lakhs of people would assemble here, the decision taken by the families, the decision taken by the BCCI, the decision taken by Bangalore City Police and the Karnataka State Government is the questionable event now. And we will have to see how the government will take this any further. And it has also been informed by the CM of Karnataka, Sidramaya, that there will be an inquiry conducted in a couple of days. And he is also demanding a report from the DC or the district collector or the district commissioner in the next 15 days. But will the report make sure that the people who are involved in this or who were responsible for these deaths get out of their jobs? Will they also have to face a judicial inquiry? These questions the government will still have to answer. But one thing is sure, Deepak, the lives which have already been lost, 11 lives, they will never ever forget what happened yesterday. What was supposed to be a celebratory moment has turned out to be a mourning moment, not only to the city of Bengaluru, but for all the fans of RCB, not only in the state of Karnataka, but throughout the country. Deepak.
Well, Abhishek, if you could quickly tell us about the police deployment, because the crowd clearly overnumbered and overpowered the police. There was poor crowd management, poor traffic management, because there was no way for the ambulance to enter in that Kaban Road stretch where the Chinnaswamy Stadium is located. And that's why we've seen how the police themselves carried the people who collapsed to stretchers.
Well, Deepak, I would want to very clearly mention, I'll also request my VJ to show the other part of the road. So one part of the road which you're seeing will lead to the Kaban Park police station or the Anil Kumble Circle, and the other part is towards the General Post Office. This road was completely piled up. The people were flying in, people were flowing in like the waves yesterday. And couple of friends who witnessed this event yesterday also mentioned that the police were literally outnumbered, at least in thousands. They according to the sources what I have spoken about and whom I have touched about, they very clearly mentioned that one police for at least 500 to 1,000 people were present. So this was a unruly mess, and this was an unplanned act by the Karnataka State Police. And also, not to forget, the police department could have taken the help of the Karnataka State Reserve Police or the KSRP. They could have taken the help of Mysore City Police. They could have taken the help of Mangalore City Police. If at all, they had ample time to make sure the arrangements were to be made. So this is very clear. We can still see that the barricades haven't been taken out yet. The slippers haven't been moved out yet. The barricades have been pushed. And this instance has actually become the city of mourning. The IT capital, the Silicon City, the garden capital has now become the city of death capital because of the menace that happened yesterday. So the unruly situation as of now continues. We clearly can see the aftermath of the match here, aftermath of the celebrations here. But at what cost is the question. So, Deepak, with respect to what happened yesterday, we will be giving you much more updates on this for the entire day. For more updates, keep watching Republic TV. We are going for a short break as of now.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना? उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ?
है ना अंकल? टिम्बर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पैडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage.
$11 dead and over 47 injured after Stampede outside Chinnaswamy Stadium during RCB victory celebrations. Karnataka government caught napping. Celebrations continued while the stampede was happening. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah blames the fans outside the stadium.
हमने यहाँ पर जाकर हमारे मुल्क के पोजीशन को क्लियरली और फोर्सबली हमने रखा. हमने बताया कि पहलगाम का ये वाक़े की वजह से पूरे मुल्क में गुस्सा है. हम यकीनन हम ये डिमांड करेंगे कि उस सेशन में नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार लोकसभा हो राज्यसभा हो वहाँ पर पहलगाम पे डिस्कशन करवाए.
AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi, while speaking exclusively to Republic, says India put forth a strong case globally, raised Pahalgam attack, urges debate in monsoon session. DGCA flags safety lapses in Turkish Airlines operations, directs compliance maintenance. US President Donald Trump speaks to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin on Ukraine drone strike. Putin warns of response after a deep strike by Ukraine inside Russia. A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, NATO Security General Mark Rutte convened the meeting in Brussels, Belgium, with defense ministers from across Europe to discuss the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And NATO chief has said during the meeting that the alliance will support Ukraine in its war against Russia. Take a look.
As the Russia-Ukraine war rages on, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has reaffirmed the alliance's commitment to Ukraine in its war against Russia. Speaking alongside Ukrainian Defense Minister Rustem Umerov, Rutte said that the meeting is taking place amid Russia conducting strikes in Ukraine and attacking innocent people.
We will have today our Ukraine Defense Contact Group with many ministers attending. And this takes place at a moment when the Russians are still attacking innocent people in Ukraine, cities. This is violence for the sake of violence. And you can be assured that NATO, the allies, stand with you.
Meanwhile, US Defense Secretary to skip the meeting on Ukraine for the first time since the group was set up 3 years ago. Rutte reiterated US President Trump's statement, saying that the US remains committed to the EU's aims. Ukrainian Defense Minister Rustem Umerov asserted that the Ukraine only wants peace.
Ukraine wants peace. We have supported the initiative of President Trump from February. Ukraine sends its teams all the time for the negotiations, but we see that at the moment ultimatums continue. We're thankful to all the nations for the support, and hopefully today we will have some good announcements, very productive meetings as always, and hope to achieve unity and show our resilience and signal of unity once again.
The meeting comes amid heightened tensions between Russia and Ukraine and hot on the heels after Ukraine launched its biggest drone attack on Russia on Sunday.
Viewers, US President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin held phone call on Russia-Ukraine war, and during the talks with Trump, Putin said that Moscow will respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack. Take a look at how their conversation panned out.
US President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin held phone call on Russia-Ukraine war. During the talks, Putin said that Moscow will respond to Ukraine's recent drone attack. Trump, who announced the call afterward in a post on Truth Social, made no mention of applying pressure on the Russian leader to agree to a ceasefire. Instead, the US president acknowledged that the 75-minute conversation will not yield an immediate end to the war in Ukraine. Earlier, Moscow said that the military operations were on the table for its response to Ukrainian attacks deep inside Russia and accused the West of being involved in them. Russia also urged the US and Britain to restrain Kyiv after the attacks, which Ukrainian officials have lauded, showing Kyiv can still fight back after more than 3 years of war.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest breaking news in the Bengaluru Stampede that claimed the lives of 11 innocent fans. Stay tuned. Along with that, Karnataka Chief Minister issues a templated response. Deputy Chief Minister says sorry, but the state government has blamed the fans for the stampede.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RS.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Trouble mounts for Karnataka State Cricket Association because a complaint has been filed seeking an FIR against KCA CEO, and the complaint has been filed by Aam Aadmi Party advocate Lokit. He has submitted a complaint to the police commissioner seeking the registration of an FIR against KCA CEO. And the complaint alleges that KCA's negligence led to the tragedy. A formal letter has also been submitted demanding that an FIR be registered against KCA. In fact, we have the complainant, Aam Aadmi Party advocate Lokit, also joining us live on the phone line. A very good morning to you, Mr. Lokit. It's really tragic to see what happened outside the stadium, and now a complaint has been filed. The CEO of KCA is being named in this particular complaint, and the complainant has sought an FIR against KCA because the stadium's role also becomes very, very important as far as the crowd management is concerned. But looking at the visuals that came in yesterday on social media, it seems like the KCA was also nothing but a mute spectator to what was happening outside the premises, which led to the death of 11 fans. We'll get you all the latest after a short break. Do stay tuned. Along with that, viewers, we'll also tell you how the Chief Minister and the state government has blamed the fans for the tragedy, but the negligence and apathy was on part of the government. Stay tuned for more on that too.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
तो और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now. just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just tell you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic,
without a doubt, I believe that people who make money out of cricket don't care about the lives of the fans. For them, it's all commerce. And the politicians who organize that event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, DK Shivkumar, all of them are obviously there because they want to take mileage out of the victory. I had to tell the IPL chairman, Mr. Dhumal, why don't you call RCB and tell them to stop the celebration? But even that didn't happen, and the organizers decided that while people were lying there dead, and while people were still in hospital, and while there were dozens of people fighting for their lives, at that very moment, the organizers decided to go ahead with a massive celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. You see, for these cricketers and for these boss men of cricket and for the politicians, all that matters is self-importance, money, commerce, and the fan is a cog in the wheel to be used circumstantially. I refuse to believe the organizers did not know. The fact is not that they did not know. The fact is that they did not care. They couldn't have cared less about the lives of the fans.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. We continue our focus on the big story, that is the stampede outside the Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium that claimed the lives of 11 people. We'll bring you all the details from the ground and also question the preparedness from the organizers. Let's also now take a look at the other top stories we are tracking in the headlines. 11 dead, 47 injured in the stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. State government forms inquiry panel which will submit report within 15 days. Karnataka government caught napping. Celebrations continued while the stampede was happening. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah puts onus on the crowds gathered outside the stadium. NIA raids underway in 32 locations across Jammu and Kashmir, including Shopian, Kathua and Sopore districts. Searches at the houses of LET commander in Kulgam. DGCA issues notice to Turkish Airlines over safety lapses, orders regulatory compliance. Ram Darbar Pran Pratishtha at Ayodhya's Ram Mandir today. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath to lead ceremonies. Days after Colorado attack, Donald Trump bans travel from 12 countries, citing national security concerns. Travel from 7 other countries also restricted. At the top of 9, we have breaking news coming in. Now, trouble is now mounting for Karnataka State Cricket Association. Aam Aadmi Party advocate Lokit has submitted a complaint to the police commissioner seeking the registration of an FIR against the Karnataka State Cricket Association. The complaint alleges that KSCA's negligence led to the tragedy. Celebrations turned into chaos outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium during RCB's IPL victory parade. A massive crowd, poor crowd control and panic led to a deadly stampede. At least 11 people lost their lives and 47 others were injured. Karnataka government has issued a compensation for the victims' families and probe ordered in the case, and the panel has to submit the report in the next 15 days. Abhishek, my colleague, is now joining us live from Bengaluru for more details. Abhishek, now there is a case for an FIR to be filed against the Karnataka State Cricket Association. What are the updates you are getting? Will that FIR be filed against the State Cricket Association?
Aishwarya, even before I begin with that point, I will want to show you some of the visuals which is still in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium. For the people who are travelling on the road, this might be yet another day in their lives, but the families who lost their families who lost their loved ones yesterday, this wouldn't be the same day, this wouldn't be the same time for them starting henceforth. So, coming back to the point, there has been a complaint which has been filed by Aam Aadmi Party with respect to the KSCA or the Karnataka State Cricket Association's lapse of protocol. It has also been mentioned Aam Aadmi has demanded that the KSCA had to be made a party with respect to the incident which happened yesterday. We are waiting for an FIR to be lodged with respect to the the event that happened yesterday took 11 innocent lives, including.
Yeah, please continue, Abhishek.
The event that happened yesterday took at least the lives of 11 people. A 6-year-old child, a 13-year-old child and a 16-year-old child lost their lives due to the mismanagement of the crowd, which was supposed to be the actual work of the Karnataka State Government, the Bangalore City Police and the Karnataka State Police. So it's also been informed that the Karnataka State Police clearly inform the ministers or the cabinet of ministers or the home minister that this wouldn't be possible without proper preparation. Also, after being informed the same, the government decided to continue with the felicitation program at the Vidhan Saudha, and also they wanted to come have a major celebration. At what cost is the point which the government will have to answer. Now the Karnataka State CM Siddaramaiah has very clearly mentioned that he is ready to give up around 10 lakhs to the families of deceased, but will this 10 lakhs bring the lives of people who breathed last? The final yesterday is the question. And also, we have been told the Karnataka State Women Commission chairman will also visit the Bowring and the Curzon Hospital, which is located in Bangalore, to check if the people who are injured are getting any better. Now, another update is the Karnataka State government has also given incident to the district magistrate or the district commissioner, we call the DC here. So will this team will have to give a report within the next 15 days. Obviously, it is very sure that this report will contain there was a procedural lapse and they will not actually name the actual culprits or the actual lapses behind this. So it is a collective failure of the entire city. Even the civilians were made sure that they wanted to just get into the Chinnaswamy Stadium to see their RCB players who actually won the trophy after 8 years. So this road was jam-packed with lakhs of people yesterday, whereas the police were clearly outnumbered by the civilians. The police could have used the various other forces, Karnataka State Reserve Police. The police could have brought some police from Mysore or the Mangalore city, like how usually they do it when the senior politicians come to have a jata in the roads of the city. When the police could provide actual support to the politicians when they conduct jata, why couldn't the police do this here? And also with respect to the Mumbai Indians team celebrating a victory walk couple of years ago, when that government could do all the things they wanted to make sure that they had safeguarded their people, why couldn't the Karnataka state government do this? And in fact, I was reporting right in front of Ahmedabad's Narendra Modi Stadium, where at least 1.5 lakhs of people were present there. Not a single incident, Aishwarya, not a single death, not a single accident. The crowd was beautifully managed. When the other state police can do that, when the other state government can do that, why couldn't the state government here do give the actual protection? The point of question is as of now. Also, civilians, the political parties such as BJP and JDS are blaming the Congress government as to they wanted to have their portion of publicity with respect to RCB's win over the last 18 years. So this is the situation. Bangalore, which was supposed to be celebrating now, has become a house of mourning. Aishwarya.
Absolutely. Incident raising questions about crowd management, planning and accountability. But the big question is, will accountability be fixed? Thank you so much, Abhishek, for all those details. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletin. So celebration turned into chaos outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium during RCB's IPL victory parade. A massive crowd, poor crowd control, panic led to a deadly stampede. At least 11 people lost their lives and 47 others were injured. And our Karnataka government has issued a compensation for the victims' families. Here is a report.
What was meant to be a historic day for RCB fans turned into a tragedy outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. Thousands had gathered to celebrate the team's maiden IPL title win. Excited fans began assembling from early morning, but as crowds swelled, there were no proper barricades, no clear instructions, and no adequate control. Visuals from the scene show people pushing, climbing over barricades, and jostling to get a glimpse of their cricketing idols. In an attempt to manage the surge, police resorted to lathi charge, but with over 2 lakh people present, panic broke out, leading to stampede. Several fans collapsed in the chaos. Videos show unconscious people being carried, CPR being administered, and police helping rush the injured to the hospital. According to officials, at least 11 people lost their lives. Some of the victims including young fans who had come to witness what was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime celebration. Even as news of the stampede broke, part of the celebration continued. RCB star Virat Kohli was felicitated on stage. The RCB team still entered the stadium and waved to the cheering crowds inside. However, the event was eventually cut short as the situation outside grew grim. Later, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah called the incident deeply unfortunate and has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the lapses. The state government has announced 10 lakh compensation to the families of the deceased and free treatment for the injured.
I don't blame my police department. They have done their best. I have spoken to the police commissioner and all the people. I'm also going a little late to the hospital because now a lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors who are trying to take care of the patients. And only the exact number has not been still this one.
ಈ ಥರದವು ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್ಗಳು ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾನು ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥವು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಈಗ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಹಿಂದೆ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನ? ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು 50-60 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed his sorrow on social media, calling the incident absolutely heart-wrenching. This tragic incident has now cast a dark shadow over RCB's big win and raised serious questions about crowd management and public safety at large-scale events.
Meanwhile, the BJP has slammed the Karnataka government. Now, BJP says that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's government must be held responsible for the stampede. Let's take a listen.
Yesterday, we were all extremely enthusiastic, extremely happy that our favorite team, RCB, won the IPL Cup after a long wait of 18 years. But this celebration, this joy was marred today by the unfortunate stampede that has happened yesterday in Bangalore, which I feel was completely avoidable. And I would also say that it was state orchestrated. Just yesterday, the Chief Minister puts out a tweet, and I want to read this tweet. The RCB team has done a job that makes the state very proud and happy. I will congratulate and honor them on the grand steps of Vidhan Sauda at 4 p.m. today. You all can be a part of this historic moment. He gives an open invitation, knowing fully well the frenzy of the crowd of the fans. And he gives this open invitation without making adequate security arrangement, safety arrangement, and crowd management protocols in place. What happened? A massive stampede. You can't blame RCB, you can't blame Virat Kohli, you can't blame the fans today.
See, comparing to any Kumbh, or you cannot escape your responsibility. So Kumbh and these are totally uncomparable. First of all, when police denied, why did you force them to give the permission? Second point, my second question to Siddaramaiah is, after the occurrence of the death, you continued your celebration. Why did your deputy chief minister went to receive them? ये क्या है? ये सरकार का काम है. And why did you continue the celebration? At 5 o'clock, crackers were burst. And कुंभ में हुआ तो एकदम sensitive, with all sensitiveness, government handled it. कोई भी जाके सेल्फी नहीं ले रहा. इसका judicial inquiry होना चाहिए. More than anybody else, government is squarely responsible. Both CM and deputy CM, they are responsible.
Mahakumbh, actually, I not request. I have to advise him not to compare Mahakumbh incident with this incident. This is government failure here. That issue is different. Here, because of the state government failure, police commissioner told it is impossible to give security both the places at a time. even after his advice. They have neglected and they have done this.
All right, so visuals are there. You can see how BJP has now slammed at the Karnataka government, and there are big questions that are being asked about the crowd management. There were long queues. What happened to the crowd management? What happened to planning? How did so many people were led inside the stadium, and it was a narrow opening, and BJP has slammed Karnataka government's negligence, and there are questions who is responsible and will head's role. What about the accountability? How these celebrations turned fatal? Who is responsible? So an investigation has been ordered, but the question is, will the heads roll? 11 people lost their lives, 47 others were injured. Now, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has put the onus on the crowd. But the question remains, who is responsible? Very, very disturbing visuals we can see from outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru, where celebrations turned fatal. And BJP has asked the question, who is responsible? And we have breaking news coming in. National Investigation Agency raids are underway at 32 locations across Jammu and Kashmir. So far, the NIA has conducted raids at 8 locations in Jammu and Kashmir, which is the Shopian. Meanwhile, NIA raids in LET commanders, whose name is Shakur Ahmed Dar, who was killed in the Chedarban area of Kulgam in June 2018. Meanwhile, lens on HGWs in the raids as well. So there have been raids at 32 locations that are presently underway across Jammu and Kashmir. NIA has conducted also raids at 8 locations in Shopian. And NIA raids are also continuing LET commander Shakur Ahmed Dar house. He was earlier killed in Chedarban area of Kulgam, and that was in June 2018. And his house is now being raided by the NIA. All right, let's get more details. Our colleague Zeenat as well as Arawat and Gursimran are joining us. First, coming to you, Zeenat, would like to know from you about the NIA raids that are currently underway. What details you can provide about the NIA raids that are going on at 32 locations?
See, as far as today's raids are concerned, this is an FIR registered in the year 2022 in May, and this is a conspiracy regarding the terror in Jammu and Kashmir, for which the NIA has been conducting time and again raids. Today, the raids were seen in the Shopian, 8 locations in Shopian, Watan, similarly in Pulwama, Sopore, and the border district of Kupwara. As far as the raids are concerned, we are seeing that they are touching the OGWs, those who are having terror links, and also the new outfits like the TR of PAF or the Ghazwatul Hind and the Kashmir fighters. They are the one who have been touched once again because they are the offshoots of the Lashkar Hizb Jash, and they have been working for them as the OGW or the supporters to the terror outfits and those who are staying across the border. We are seeing the digital evidences have been recovered, and also the NIA is connecting dots that how these people are working for the masters who are staying across. The social media, as per the NIA, has been a bigger platform to radicalize the youth, to help them to join the terror outfits. As far as the NIA's this raid is concerned, there have also been investigations on the front regarding the sticky bombs that were seen earlier in couple of years before, that they tried to use to carry the mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir, and also that how the IEDs and the other small arms were used. In fact, the drones were used in the Jammu sector to drop the narcotics This is on which angle the NIA is investing. As far as the Shopian district is concerned, we are picking now the several people, the suspects have been detained for the questioning. NIA has been significant when it comes to dismantling terror in Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu, we have been seeing the situation has seen uprising in the last few years, whether it was through the routes of infiltration. The Pakistani terrorists tried to infiltrate with heavy arms, and also the narcotics were recovered. So in order to dismantle the network of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, once again the NIA raids were seen in Jammu and Kashmir of Union Territory.
Right, Zeenat. Now let's get more details from Arawat, who is joining us. Arawat, would like to know from you what specific inputs did NIA have to raid LET commander Shakur Ahmed Dar house, because he was killed in 2018. So on what specific inputs did NIA raid his house?
Yes, absolutely. As we have seen that the raids are going on. Also, we have seen that there are some terrorists, OGWs and active terrorists in the parts of the Kashmir Valley whose houses are being raided by the joint teams along with the National Investigation Agency and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and the CRPF is also part of the ongoing operation. And we have seen that some electronic evidences, and also there are some the other documents that have been seized by the National Investigation Agency. Also, some of the people have been called for the nearest police station in the various districts from the North Kashmir, Central Kashmir and the South Kashmir for the questioning. We have also been told that raids are also taking part in the North Kashmir, Kupwara, Sopore and other parts of the South Kashmir. Also, we have been told these raids have been intensified after we have seen the deadly terror attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam. After then, we have seen not only here in the Jammu and Kashmir, but we have seen raids other parts of the country as well. Also, we have been told that the raids are still going on. Also, we have seen that the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist who was neutralized by the Joint Security Forces in the year 2018, and his house has also being raided by the Joint Security Forces in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Also, the OGWs who are having the links with the handlers who are operating from the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir from the various logic pads, the raids are also being conducted at the various OGWs who are who are running the nexus of the terrorism here in the Kashmir Valley. The raids are also going at the various locations in the Kashmir Valley. Also, we have also been told that there in the coming months, so we have also been told that these raids will be intensified along with the State Investigation Agency and the National Investigation Agency in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. So far, we have seen that the 32 locations are being raided by the National Investigation Agency, CRPF and the Jammu and Kashmir Police is also the part of the ongoing raids. Also, we have been told that the National Investigation Agency will come out with the complete statement in a while from now. Yes.
All right. Let's get more details also from Gursimran, who's joining us from Jammu. So, Gursimran, what we are witnessing is a bigger crackdown by the administration on the entire terror infrastructure, including the sympathizers and overground workers as well. So tell us more about that, because we understand that so far the LG administration has also dismissed 75 government employees who have had the terror links. So give us more details on that.
See, this is a part of a systematic crackdown on the overall ecosystem of the terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the raids that the NIA is conducting at 32 locations, 1 locations being in the Vilawar area of Kathua and 31 locations in the different parts of the Kashmir Valley, starting from the South Kashmir to North to Central Kashmir. What we are picking up that this raid, though, is in connection with the case number RC5-2022 that was registered in the 5th month of 2022 with regards to the overground worker network of the Pakistani terrorists that is active in Jammu and Kashmir. But what we are picking up from our sources in the National Investigation Agency, that this is largely linked to the Baisaran terror attack. We are told that this overground network was somewhat involved in the Baisaran Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 civilians lost their life, and that's why NIA is carrying out a systematic crackdown. Though the raids in the RC2-2025 will follow at a later stage, which is the case that the agency has registered on the directions of the Ministry of Home Affairs after the Baisaran terror attack in the Pahalgam that led to the Operation Sindoor as well. But this is a larger crackdown on the inputs that have been generated by the National Investigation Agency, Jammu and Kashmir Police, as well as the Central Intelligence Agencies that have looked into every possible possible aspect, that how Pakistan has been using their overground network to provide shield to the terrorists and also the harbor them, provide them logistic support. So this is the exact scenario that is now actually unraveling in Jammu and Kashmir, and we are told that by the end of the day, the NIA will come out with some names as well that they have questioned during these raids.
Right, Simran. Thank you so much, Zeenat as well as Rawat, for joining us and giving us those details on that big story. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, 11 dead, 47 injured in the stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. State government forms inquiry panel which will submit report within 15 days. Also coming up ahead, Karnataka government has been caught napping. Celebrations continued while the stampede was happening. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah puts the onus on the crowd gathered outside the stadium. We'll get you details on those big stories and much more after a short break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility.
Viewers, top headlines: 11 dead, 47 injured in the stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. State government forms inquiry panel which will submit report within 15 days. Karnataka government caught napping. Celebrations continue while the stampede was happening. CM Siddaramaiah puts onus crowd gathered outside the stadium. NIA raids underway in 32 locations across Jammu and Kashmir, including Shopia, Kathua, Sopore district. Searches are being held and searches are happening at the houses of LET commander in Kulgaon. DGCA issues notice to Turkish Airlines over safety lapses, orders regulatory compliance. Ram Darbar Pran Pratishtha at Ayodhya's Ram Mandir today. CM Yogi Adityanath to lead the ceremonies. Just days after Colorado attack, Trump bans travel from 12 countries, citing national security concerns. Travel from 7 other countries restricted. Some big breaking updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Breaking news coming in. FIR has registered on yesterday's stampede that had taken place. Very unfortunate incident there. We see that a UDR has been registered. A UDR is full form is unnatural death report. No one named is accused as of yet in the FIR. So big update coming in. And this is coming just after what began as a historic celebration of the Royal Challengers Bangaluru's first Indian Premier League title ended in a horrifying tragedy as a massive crowd outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium led to a deadly stampede that killed 11 people and injured so many after that. In the latest coming in, we get coming to know that there has been, as the probe continues, an FIR has now been registered. After yesterday's stampede, UDR has been registered. UDR stands for Unnatural Death Report. No one named as accused in the FIR as of now. These are pictures that are coming in as well, viewers. This is what happened at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Let's take our viewers through these pictures. You see here that there was confusion. After the confusion, we see thousands of fans who were unaware of the changes that were being made, continued to swarm the streets in hope to see their favorite cricket stars on their way to the stadium. People climbed trees, and after that, we see that there was a huge number of people, around 2 to 3 lakh people had gathered near the stadium along the 1 kilometer stretch from Vidhan Soda, while the police were attempting to control the crowd. The police even had to resort to mild lathi charge. And the horrifying tragedy had struck when fans noticed that the RCB team entered the stadium in a closed vehicle instead of the victory parade, which was anticipated. And the festive atmosphere soon turned grim at around 4 p.m. The chaos, which you see on your screens, had broken out near gate 3 of the stadium, when both the ticketed and the non-ticketed fans started attempting to force their way inside. So these are the pictures that you're seeing on your screen, viewers. And authorities have confirmed the identities of the 11 victims who unfortunately lost their lives. Some of the deceased are also quite young. Some of them are as young as 13 years of age. Hospitals across Bengaluru are treating dozens and dozens of more. Now, the question is that what really happened? Of course, a probe has now been ordered in this case. Who's responsible for this? Big questions are being raised right now. FIRs are being registered. I just want to go across to our colleague who's joining us right now, Abhishek. Abhishek, this is a very tragic incident which has taken place. The focus now would shift on the probe. If you just could take our viewers through the latest that we're learning of right now in terms of the FIRs.
Well, Shivangi, even before I continue with the FIR update, I would want to show the actual situation right in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium. Now, the BBMP, or the local municipal corporation, which is called as BBMP, is cleaning up the mess which was created yesterday due to the overflow of civilians which was found here yesterday. At least the police were outnumbered in lakhs, is what the people who were here present yesterday claimed to various other media channels as of now. And this is one of the update what we are seeing now. And also, not to forget, Shivangi, the government might be able to clear the mess that had been found on the road, but the government will it be able to clear the blood which is stained with its own hands because of its negligence. So this is not only the lack of the government, it is not only the lack of the mismanagement of the police department, it is the civilians who also have their equal part in the death of these 11 innocent lives. So this is the first update. And coming back to the update with respect to the FIR, Aam Aadmi Party has registered an FIR with respect to making sure that the Karnataka State Cricket Association, or the KSCA, should be made a party due to the negligence of which 11 people lost their lives, is point number one. And after which the BJP and JDS is demanding the resignation of the Home Minister and the Cabinet of Ministers, because it is because of their negligence that these 11 people had to lose their lives, is what the BJP and JDS MLA, JDS and BJP party claims as of now. And with respect to the judicial inquiry, magisterial inquiry, the district commissioner or the DC of Bengaluru has been ordered to start a probe and submit a report within the next 15 days. So with respect to the report which might be coming out in the next 15 days, it will obviously name the procedural lapse, but not a single head would be counted in that. Not a top cop would be in that list, not a top person from the politics would be on that list, and not a single reason which is practical will be mentioned in that list. And also, we should not forget, only the civilians, only the overflow of civilians, the mismanaged crowd and the emotions of people will be used in the report, is what we very clearly know as of now. So to the people who are on the streets today, they might have yet another day. They feel that this will be a normal day, but for the people who lost their loved ones yesterday, this day, this win, this city will never be the same. The city of Bengaluru, who had to celebrate the actual victory of RCB for the last 18 years, the first time in the last 18 years RCB bagged the trophy, the entire city has started mourning. It is not only the city, every single RCB fan who was here to celebrate the victory of yesterday, who was here to make sure he would or she would actually witness the celebration of the players, have turned the tables upside down. The government has announced the compensation of rupees 10 lakhs to the people, to the families of deceased. But will that 10 lakhs get the lives back is the point the government will have to answer. While speaking to the media yesterday, DCM DK Shivkumar apologized to the people of Karnataka and made sure that he said that it wasn't the fault of the Karnataka government. And the CM Sidramaya also very clearly mentioned that the government hadn't even known that this much people or the crowd would be feeling at this cost. At least 1 to 2 lakhs of people were present here yesterday, is what CM Sidramaya claims. And also with respect to the seating capacity of Chinnaswamy Stadium, whereas if it is a normal day, 35,000 people would assemble in and around Chinnaswamy Stadium for a regular match. But after 18 years, the government very clearly knew this would be a benchmark, this would be a history in the Bangalore or in the state of Karnataka. So they could have probably managed the crowd in a better way, is what we actually feel as of now. Shivangi, over to you.
You know, Abhishek, I just want you to stay on with us, because Abhishek is getting us the ground reality right now and reporting from the ground. But I just want to put a focus to what exactly would be what the investigation would be looking at, viewers, because poor planning is one of the points. One of the angles of the investigation. So what were the lapses? Now, there was no cap on crowd size despite overwhelming turnout. Remember that the capacity was absolutely stretched. Zero crowd control mechanisms were in place. Once again, pointing towards poor planning. Poor coordination between the civic bodies and the police. There was no coordination whatsoever to control that kind of crowd turning up. Emergency exits were blocked or absolutely poorly marked. And this is very important whenever there is an emergency, that the emergency exit should be visible. No real-time crowd density monitoring. That means that nobody really stopped the extra crowd or blocked them before things got out of control. Medical response teams arrived too late. So even though they arrived, but a lot of people were injured already. A lot of people were in pain. Some of them are being treated in the hospital right now, but lives were lost. Barricades collapsed due to overcrowding. That's very, very significant because the barricades which were put in place also collapsed due to excessive crowd. Some of them even on top of each other, some of the people on top of each other, and which also led to the barricades collapsing. Venue lacked basic disaster preparedness. So this is also one of the points which are being investigated. And organizers failed to anticipate the fan frenzy. So there's a lot of pressure on the organizers right now. Ms. Siddaramaiah is saying that this is not a government event and the investigation will continue. So there's a lot of blame shifting happening there. The police presence was minimal and ineffective. We also saw how the police tried to lathi charge and control the crowd, but that did not go too well, leading to more chaos. The communication failure amid rising panic as well. So these are some of the updates. Security protocols were thrown to the wind. There was no security protocol at all, leading to those chaotic scenes we saw and very, very heart-wrenching scenes that we saw leading to the stampede. Absence of public announcements worsened the chaos. Nobody knew what was happening when this entire chaos and stampede broke out, leading to absolute chaos that we saw in those visuals. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now on Abhishek is on the ground. Abhishek, this is, I just read out for our viewers all those lapses which are being investigated. Now, we saw that CM Siddaramaiah is agitated, but he's also saying that this event was not a government event. Now, even though the lapses are very, very glaring, we see a lot of blame shifting happening right now. Multiple FIRs being launched. If you could just take our viewers through the latest updates coming in, especially in this angle.
Well, Shivangi, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, CM Siddaramaiah, has very clearly stated that the event which happened at Vidhan Sauda was a government event, and the location where I am as of now is the Karnataka State Cricket Association, which is completely a private event. We do understand that, but it is the responsibility of the Home Minister to provide the actual necessary law and order and the security arrangements, because it is not one or two civilians who were coming here. It was at least lakhs people who were presented here. It was the RCB team which was present here. So the CM cannot escape from the radar saying that it wasn't his event or it wasn't the government's official event. So the blame game has already started. The CM is trying to push the pawn towards the Karnataka State Cricket Association. And yes, this Karnataka State Cricket Association will have to give out a response as to why it didn't actually stop the celebration event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, despite knowing 11 people had lost their valuable lives. Also, we shouldn't forget, Shivangi, the government actually is one of the reasons as to why the chaos initially started. In the morning when the government spoke to the people, when the CM and the DCM spoke to the people and addressed the media, they very clearly mentioned that there would be an open bus rally starting from Vidhan Sauda to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And the government asked the people to witness their players with their trophy after around in between 4 to 5 p.m. in the noon. So this is the first statement made by the CM and the DCM of Karnataka. After which, the police department clearly mentions that they haven't given any permission to open bus rally. So this is also one of the major reasons as to why actually people crowded at exactly.
As the probe continues and FIRs are being launched, CM Siddaramaiah, instead of owning up, is now going ahead and shifting the blame. And we will be taking a short break right now. A lot is lined up for our viewers. Coming right up, we'll put a focus on some of the other angles coming in the story. 11 dead, 47 injured in the stampede outside Bengaluru Chinnaswamy Stadium. State government forms inquiry panel, which will submit reports within 15 days. The Karnataka government caught napping. Celebrations continue while the stampede was happening. CM Siddaramaiah puts onus on crowd gathered outside the stadium. Stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा. इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
तो फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर. अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ. पेडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
Just pedals.
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋರು ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
confirm our confidence. बरोबर confirm our confidence.
Without a doubt, I believe that people who make money out of cricket don't care about the lives of the fans. For them, it's all commerce. And the politicians who organize that event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, DK Shivkumar, all of them, are obviously there because they want to take mileage out of the victory. I had to tell the IPL chairman, Mr. Dhumal, why don't you call RCB and tell them to stop the celebration? But even that didn't happen, and the organizers decided that while people were lying there dead, and while people were still in hospital, and while there were dozens of people fighting for their lives, at that very moment, the organizers decided to go ahead with a massive celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. You see, for these cricketers and for these boss men of cricket and for the politicians, all that matters is self-importance, money, commerce, and the fan is a cog in the wheel to be used circumstantially. I refuse to believe the organizers did not know. The fact is not that they did not know. The fact is that they did not care. They couldn't have cared less about the lives of the fans.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
11 dead, 47 injured in stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium. State government forms inquiry panel. The committee will submit a report within 15 days. Karnataka government caught napping. Celebrations continued inside the stadium while the stampede was happening outside. Chief Minister blames the fans for the horror. NIA raids underway in 32 locations across Jammu and Kashmir, including Shopian, Kathua and Sopore districts. Searches at the house of LET commander in Kulgam. DGCA issues notice to Turkish Airlines over safety lapses, orders regulatory compliance. Ram Darbar, Pran Pratishtha at Ayodhya's Ram Mandir today. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath to lead the ceremony. Days after Colorado attack, Trump bans travel of nationals from 12 different countries over security concerns. Travel from 7 other nations also restricted. A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our top focus will be on the stampede horror that was witnessed outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. And right now, what we understand is that a complaint has been filed against the Karnataka State Cricket Association CEO. And the complaint has been filed by Aam Aadmi Party lawyer Lokit. He has demanded accountability and action to be taken against Karnataka State Cricket Association, alleging blatant negligence by the Cricket Board of Karnataka. He has written to the police commissioner seeking registration of an FIR against KSCA and the CEO. The complainant alleges that the KSCA's negligence led to the tragedy outside the stadium and celebrations turned into chaos on that Cubbon Road stretch during RCB's IPL victory parade. A massive crowd, poor crowd control and panic led to deadly stampede. At least 11 people lost their lives and 47 are injured. The Karnataka government has issued a compensation for the victims' families. But the bigger question is, who is accountable? Who are the perpetrators behind this entire tragedy? A probe has been ordered in the case, and this particular panel that has been formed to probe the stampede will be submitting a report in the next 15 days to the Chief Minister. There you can see these are the pictures from outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. RCB fans fall on top of each other. You can also see how one fan is trying to climb over another fan just to get an entry into the stadium where the celebrations were happening. And some of the fans, like you can see on your screens, they also escaped the jaws of death and they were still unconscious because of the kind of crowd that was witnessed. We also have Mr. Sanjay M. Desai, the former president of KSCA, joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Mr. Desai. Firstly, your first thoughts on these incidents that were reported outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. How do you respond, sir?
First of all, good morning to everybody. My sincere condolences to the people who have lost their dear ones. It's a very unfortunate incident. But my only wish and desire is this thing cannot repeat again. So a lot of soul searching has to be done. And for me, the most important question is, what was the hurry and what was the reason why this event had to take place in that urgency? In the morning, I got a message that there is a function. Afternoon, I got another message stating that the police is not ready to provide the security. And then the event goes on. Who's responsible? Why did this happen? Who gave the permissions?
Sir, as the former KSCA president... Yes, sir, please go on. Sorry to
So
interrupt
these
you.
questions have to be answered. The usual way here is there's no responsibility. Everybody crocodile tears, forget about the whole thing, brush it under the carpet. That's the way the things go on. But I think a final answer definitely has to come out. Secondly, as most stadiums and most events that take place all over, first thing is, at that VIP area where all this took place, vehicles cannot be allowed to enter that road itself. People will have to walk and come. If you allow vehicles have no footpaths that are walkable, a disaster is bound to happen. It was round the corner, it just happened. So these things have to be attended with the utmost urgency. And I hope everybody wakes up and sees that this doesn't this does not happen again.
Sir, also you were speaking about a second message that you received in the afternoon about police, denying security. If you could tell us what exactly that message was.
I have it. I think I have it in my phone. I'll try to this thing.
Yes, sir.
See, they said that the police did not have the arrangements where the police did not have enough of the force. And then the statements I kept reading and hearing that we never expected this crowd. It's all bullshit. At 2 o'clock, as soon as RCB's victory took place the previous night, Bangalore had gone berserk. So he knew something, the event is going to be big, we'll have a lot of crowd. So you just can't pressure that we didn't expect. No. I think it's a very, very poor excuse.
Sir, if you could read out that message from your phone, sir, exactly what was that message that you received?
I'll just check one sec.
Yes, sir. Well, let me summarize what Mr. Desai has said, viewers. Even as Mr. Desai now is trying to read out that message for us, let me tell you, this is a big breaking news update that we have, that the Karnataka police had refused to provide security. This was sent also to all the members of the KSCA in the afternoon. Like Mr. Desai was saying, he will read out that message for us in just a few moments from now. But what we need to understand here is that this is a big failure on the part of the police. Blatant negligence now coming to light because the police, which was informed in advance about these celebrations, had refused to provide any sort of security as claimed by the former KSCA president. Mr. Desai, if you could read out that message for our viewers.
I'm not been able to find it.
All right, sir.
And one more, this whole thing has even been covered in the papers.
That's right.
Right, that suddenly some political interference took place and the permission was granted.
Okay.
See, the point is, this is a bad incident, and we have to wake up and see that the fans, the spectators, everybody are protected and this doesn't happen again.
Sir, as a former KSCA president, sir, if this had happened in your tenure, where a stampede is taking place inside, would you allow celebrations inside the stadium, sir?
See, the question is whether first thing is you all have to please understand the IPL rules. See, the matches are conducted by the franchisees. The stadium is given to the franchisees, and the receipts and the conduct of the match is the responsibility of the franchisee. It's a very clear this thing. Now the question is to have a cordial this thing that the spectators do not get affected. The association and franchisees try to work together to see that the match is conducted properly. If I was the president, without a proper police bandobast, I definitely would have not allowed the function to take place.
Sir, and also, sir, should there be legal action against RCB owners as well?
100%. It's not just them. It's not just the franchisee. It's not just who gave the permission. See, every political person cannot be insulated out of what happens. Heads have to roll.
Heads definitely have to roll, sir, and the police role, like you mentioned, is very, very important, especially in times like these, to ensure that, you know, proper zones are demarcated. But as far as the stadium's role is concerned, sir, what are the measures that the stadium should, you know, put in place? Because there's a complaint that has been filed against the KSCA CEO.
See, the first thing is, as far as I personally, this is my personal opinion,
okay,
people, no vehicle from Main Square should even be able to give an entry into the stadium. It has to be stopped there. People have to walk from there. Unless this happens, you see what happens is our footpaths are inadequate. Vehicles are passing, spectators are walking on a narrow road. It's not possible. A mishap will always take place. You cannot allow VIP cars, you cannot allow selected cars to keep coming in a narrow straight of road. Second thing is, when you go in, when you have the topography of the stadium, the people who are allowed to stand there should have never been allowed to be standing there. It's a very narrow strip.
That's right. And the stadium's capacity was also, you know, it passed the stadium's capacity, sir. The number of people who had arrived there and the stadium's capacity. If you could tell us what is the capacity of the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, and looking at how many people had turned up yesterday, you know, sources have told us at least around 50 to 60,000 people had descended on the road, sir.
The question is the incident has not happened in the stadium. It's outside the stadium.
That's right.
Right? It's on the road. It's at the entry, the road entry and the main gate. Right? Now the question is, that particular thing with so much vehicles moving around is not possible to control. Vehicles should have been stopped right outside, and people, if they had walked, there would have been some space. And I think a total remodeling and better handling has to be done in future. This is the wake-up call. But it's at a very high cost, which is the sad part of it.
That's right, sir. And also we have accessed a letter, Mr. Desai, and the letter shows the government had prior information about the felicitation. Let me read out what the contents of the letter is. It says that with reference to the above mentioned subject, I have directed to seek your opinion regarding the request made by the Karnataka State Cricket Association in the letter dated 3/6/2025, and the request is for permission to organize a felicitation event for the Royal Challengers Bengaluru team in front of the Vidhana Saudha on the morning following their victory in the IPL 2025 final. So when a request was already made, and you know, when the government already knew about the kind of crowd and the kind of celebrations that would take place, it was their basic responsibility to ensure security. But they didn't do that, and right now what they're saying is that it is the fans who are to be blamed.
No. Always the government is never to be blamed, no. Everybody, they want power, no responsibility. No, it doesn't work. Heads have to roll because enough is enough. Too many human, we have lost 11 people here.
Correct.
So many, the tragedy is The tragedy is so... it hurts. It's very saddening.
That's right, sir. 11 innocent lives have been lost. And prima facie, according to you, sir, as per your opinion, who are the ones who need to be held accountable, irrespective of their stature and their political affiliations? If you could tell us...
Who gave the permission first?
Okay.
First, the permission was not granted.
Mm-hmm.
Then suddenly the permission was granted. Then second thing is, in future, what steps and what procedures are to be put in place for conduct of matches and conduct of things will have to be put in place. You see, whenever an incident takes place, we think about it and then happily forget about it. It's a very sad thing.
That's right. People's memory is short, sir, but this incident will forever remain in their memories because it happened on a day when the entire, state of Karnataka as well as people of Bengaluru were waiting for this occasion. But unfortunately, because of the negligence and the apathy of the state government as well as the organizers, we have seen 11 people losing their lives. Sir, as far as the organizers' role is concerned, what is the protocol that they have to follow when they, approach a particular stadium to hold their celebration events?
See, the question is, this is the first time they won.
That's right.
So there's no protocol for that. Earlier, it had never happened. But without proper police protection, keeping in mind the celebrations that took place after the victory, the crowd was expected.
That's right.
Right? So you cannot just say that it was unexpected, that so many people landed up and all that. As it is, your crowd, your capacity is about 35,000, 32,000. So to have double that capacity is, it was a foregone thing. It would happen. So this thing cannot be, this excuse is not valid.
Sir, and the match got over at around 11:30, the day of the finals. What was the need for them to celebrate immediately the very next day? They could have taken, a buffer time of 24 hours to ensure adequate security deployment. The organizers also could have made some arrangements in tandem with the state government. But instead, what we see is that at around midnight, they finished their match and then the celebrations continued for the next couple of hours. And the very next morning, they were in Bengaluru and consequently, they celebrated, they carried out their celebrations as well. And this, even as the Stampede was happening outside the stadium, do you think that the organizers could have probably delayed it by a day or so?
Oh, yes. You see, the question is, whenever you have a IPL or any match, we approach the police department 3-4 days in advance. They know about the schedule. We go and talk to the police department saying that this match has been allotted, so we will require all this facilities and protection. So, as it is, we give them a prior notice. Without the prior notice, you just announce, celebrate the next day, and taking it for granted, the police will give you the protection. Whether they were ready or not ready, nobody even asked them. Is it not do not the franchisees know? Of course they know.
And they have a rich fan base, sir. If the Karnataka police had also denied them, in providing the security, they could have approached a private security agency.
There's no time, son. There's no time. How will you do it? It is just, you just thought about it without consequence, and 11 lives have been lost due to that negligence.
That's right. And the advisory they put out also was at around 10 o'clock in the night. That is around 12 hours from now. They put out an advisory saying that we urge fans to remain safe. But when, the tragedy was, unfolding right outside the stadium, there was no word from RCB, from the players, from the organizers, nothing of that sort. But after the damage was done, after 11 lives were snuffed out of this, out of them, That is when RCB comes forward hours later at around 10 p.m. in the night, issue a statement, just a templated response that we usually witness whenever incidents like these happen. And the organizers have not even taken responsibility for it. What is the kind of scrutiny that the KCA will go under now, sir? And also, what is the kind of heat the organizers will face?
No, justice has to be delivered. You just question is no blaming. There has to be a system, or there is see, the lives cannot come back. But then, in future, a lot of things have been put in place that it doesn't reoccur again. See, important thing is we have to look forward too.
That's right, sir. Many thanks, Mr. Sanjay Desai, for speaking to Republic TV. Well, that was the former president of Karnataka State Cricket Association there, telling us that he had received a message in the afternoon saying that the police had denied providing security. So Siddaramaiah and his team can pin the blame on the fans all they want, but this is something that they cannot deny. There is a message that had been forwarded to all the KCA members, and Mr. Sanjay M. Desai, who is also the former president of the Karnataka State Cricket Association, received one such message, which clearly showed how the police turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to the demands made by the stadium, by the Karnataka State Cricket Association for security. And let's also, viewers, take you through some of the most clinching details that we have accessed for you and explain to you what really went down and what are the lapses, and also some of these gut-wrenching visuals that were witnessed outside the stadium.
ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಬರೋ ತನಕ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ವಿವರಣೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ 11 ಜನ
11 people have died
56 ಜನ
in the stampede.
ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
56 people have been injured.
ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿರೋರು 46 ಜನ
46 people have been injured.
ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
They have reached their respective homes after
ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ
treatment, and 10 others are currently being treated.
10 ಜನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲ,
and none of them are serious cases.
ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ನನಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Our officials have given me the information that those 10 injured who are currently at the hospital are not seriously injured.
ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಆಗದಾಗೆ ತಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಗೃಹ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ SOP ಅನ್ನು, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಆಪರೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್,
the Home Department of the government is now rolling out a new SOP to avoid such incidents and to avert such tragedies. New SOPs have been formed by the Home Department.
ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು
whatever event has to be organized in the future, it has to be done
ಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳಾಗಬಾರದು,
in consultation with the police.
ಅಮಾಯಕರ ಸಾವುಗಳು ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಇನ್ನೋಸೆಂಟ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಲು ಪಾಪ ಅವರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಎಂಥವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
It is painful to look at 11 people lifeless in the mortuary.
ಶವಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದುಃಖ ಆಯಿತು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ.
It was extremely painful for all of us.
25 ವರ್ಷ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನವರು ಅವರು ಏನೋ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವವನ್ನೇ ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಊಹೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
These 11 individuals who have died, they never imagined that celebrations could cost their lives.
ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ.
Karnataka Home Minister there admitting that there were lapses and a probe will be carried out on these lapses.
ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾಗೆ 24
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
शिव कुमार उनके बीच में कोई आना नहीं चाहिए। इंपॉर्टेंस वॉज नॉट क्राउड मैनेजमेंट, इंपॉर्टेंस वॉज हिज PR स्टंट। तो क्या DK शिव कुमार माफी मांग के रिजाइन करेंगे? क्वेश्चन नंबर 3, हु ऑथराइज दिस एंड वॉज देयर एनी रिस्क मैनेजमेंट कंडक्टेड? इस पूरे इवेंट को किसने ऑथराइज किया, किसने साइन किया कागजों पे, और उसके रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के बारे में क्या स्टडी हुई, वो कागज भी हम देखना चाहेंगे। मृत्यु होने के पश्चात भी, डिस्पाइट द डेथ्स, Who authorized the events to continue? Because जब डेथ हुआ तो तमाम टीवी चैनल, धन्यवाद है आप लोगों को, आप लोगों ने सब कुछ दिखाया. एक तरफ डेड बॉडीज, मुझे तो हृदय विदारक लग रहा है. A policeman carrying this young child in his lap, अपने गोद में उठा के वो भाग रहा है, this young child's dead body. And the other side there is laughing, cheering and garlanding, smiling. Is this the difference? साधारण आदमी मर रहा है और आप वहां पर, how despite the deaths, how the felicitations and how the event continued. Where the medical emergencies in place, आपने assessment करके एम्बुलेंसेस की संख्या और मेडिकल इमरजेंसी का वहां प्रावधान किया था या नहीं किया था? Will अल्लू अर्जुन प्रिंसिपल अप्लाई? अल्लू अर्जुन के साथ जो किया था वो आप अपने नेताओं के साथ करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे? और डिस्पाइट द पुलिस नॉट गिविंग, हु ऑथराइज्ड द विक्ट्री मार्च? किसने ऑथराइज किया ये विक्ट्री मार्च? और अंत में मैं एक बात बड़ा स्पष्ट रूप से बोलना चाहता हूं. अभी तो मैं खबर में देख रहा था कि शायद 35,000 की कैपेसिटी है इस स्टेडियम की और 25,000 एक्स्ट्रा टिकट बेचे गए. ऐसा तो कभी नहीं होता है, 35,000 की कैपेसिटी और 25,000 एक्स्ट्रा टिकट बेचे गए. ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? दिस इज शेयरली द फेलियर ऑफ द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. ये राज्य सरकार का फेल्योर है. द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हैज टू ओन इट्स फेल्योर. The chief minister and the deputy chief minister have to resign for the death of 11 innocent people and for the injury that 50 people have received. और सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न उठता है, कहां है राहुल गांधी? हर दिन जो राहुल गांधी भारतवर्ष का मजाक उड़ाते हैं, भारतवर्ष के खिलाफ कहते हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का मजाक उड़ाते हैं, सेना की मजाक उड़ाते हैं और कहते हैं ये मेरा डेमोक्रेटिक राइट है. कहां है वो राहुल गांधी? आज कहां छुप के बैठे हैं? क्या राहुल गांधी डीके शिव कुमार और सिद्धरमैया जी से सवाल पूछेंगे? क्या राहुल गांधी इस पर ट्वीट करेंगे और इनको तलब करेंगे दिल्ली? क्या इनसे रेजिग्नेशन लेंगे? We are waiting for the response of Mr. Rahul Gandhi as well, and I hope, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, since you run the government in Karnataka, you will not hide somewhere. You will come out and you will speak and you will take action against your leaders. Thank you.
All right, BJP now reacting to the Chinnaswamy Stadium Stampede and asking very pertinent questions and demanding that the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka resign. Of course, the state government has has ordered a judicial inquiry, but the BJP spokesperson there demanding the resignation of the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister. And we have more breaking news coming in. Karnataka Minister and Congress leader Priyank Kharge has reacted to the Bengaluru Stampede tragedy, taking responsibility of the stampede that claimed 11 lives. Priyank Kharge said, and I quote him, "We have taken the responsibility and we are a responsible government," and admitted the mistake. Remember, at least 11 people died, 47 others were injured in a stampede that happened outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Let's listen in to what Priyank Kharge said.
Expectations from the people. A stadium which has capacity of 35,000 people, 2.5-3 lakh people poured out onto the streets. Although we did all the best we could, we were unable to manage the crowd. The Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Deputy Chief Minister and the Home Minister have already spoken about this. We have owned up responsibility and will take corrective measures for the same. BJP likes to politicize everything. The same BJP, when we told that a victory parade in an open bus would not be feasible on such short notice because of the lack of time to make arrangements, they said we were insulting the cricketers. but that post has now been deleted, and now they're saying that should not have been done at all. So BJP intention of politicizing and communalizing everything is not healthy.
Let's get all the details from our colleague Abhishek, who's joining us from Bengaluru. Abhishek, we just heard Priyank Kharge speak, and he has taken responsibility, and he has said that we are responsible government and we are taking responsibility. The BJP there, we heard Sambit Patra demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister. What more can you tell us about the government, state government now reaction now after that Priyank Kharge has taken responsibility?
Well, someone from the government actually took the responsibility after at least the 12 to 18 hour gap after the stampede. So this is one such event which never happened in Bengaluru, and this is because of the lapse of the crowd management. The Bengaluru City Police, the Karnataka State Police and the state government are held responsible for the stampede that occurred in the last 45 years. This is the first ever time this happened in the city of Bengaluru. So at least now Priyank Kharge, one of the cabinet ministers from Karnataka, has accepted that, that they've taken the responsibility, but it is not clearly mentioned that they would own the responsibility, but they only have mentioned that he would accept the responsibility on behalf of the government. So we will have to wait and watch what the other cabinet ministers belonging to the state government will have to say as of now. So let us listen into what Priyank Kharge says once again. Back to you.
There was a lot of expectations from the people. A stadium which has capacity of 35,000 people, 2.5, 3 lakh people poured out onto the streets. Although we did all the best we could, we were unable to manage the crowd. The Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Deputy Chief Minister and the Home Minister have already spoken about this. We have owned up responsibility and will take corrective measures for the same. BJP likes to politicize everything. The same BJP, when we told that a victory parade in an open bus would not be feasible on such short notice because of the lack of time to make arrangements, they said we were insulting the cricketers. But that post has now been deleted, and now they're saying that should not have been done at all. So BJP intention of politicizing and communalizing everything is not healthy.
And we have big breaking news coming in. IPL chairman Arun Dhumal has now reacted to the issue of Stampede tragedy, saying that BCCI was unaware of the event, ordered immediate cancellation amid chaos. So officials who were inside the stadium were not aware what is happening outside. Management was asked to call off the event. Let's listen in to what IPL chairman Arun Dhumal said.
दुर्भाग्य से हमें इस बात की कोई जानकारी नहीं थी कि ऐसा कोई आयोजन किया जा रहा है, लेकिन जो भी हुआ बहुत ही दुखद घटना है और मैं चाहूँगा कि हमें आगे से अगर ऐसा कोई आयोजन करना हो तो उसकी तैयारी ठीक से की जाए। लेकिन बीसीसीआई के लिए क्योंकि कल रात को इवेंट खत्म हो गया और बहुत दुखद है क्यों ये घटना हुई, कैसे हुई, इस बात का वहाँ के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जानकारी लेगी और मैं मानता हूँ जो भी उनको करने लायक होगा वो आगे वो कदम इस बारे में उठाएंगे। जैसे मैं घर पहुंचा मुझे इस बात की जानकारी मिली कि ऐसा कोई आयोजन हुआ और ऐसी दुर्घटना हो गई है, तो मैंने तुरंत वहां पर बात की और उनसे बताया, और जो लोग अंदर थे स्टेडियम में उनको पता ही नहीं था कि बाहर ये क्या हो रहा है, और मैंने उनको बताया कि ऐसा ऐसा शायद बाहर हुआ है और आप तुरंत इस पर बंद करवाएं, और उन्होंने जब उनको पता चला उन्होंने तुरंत उसको बंद भी करवाया।
I think it should not be politicized because this is a cricket function. We should not bring politics into cricket, and it can happen in any state. That means the party in power there should not be blamed for this. First we should ascertain the facts. After that we should decide.
All right, let's go back to Abhishek, who's joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, we just heard the reaction from IPL chairman Arun Dhumal, and he saying that the IPL they were not aware of whatever was happening, and in fact they also called. They said that the event should be called off after there were some reports about whatever was happening outside. Yet it was not called off. What details are emerging?
Well, looking at the statement made by Mr. Dhumal, it looks like either he's covering up the situation or probably he's escaping from the situation, what happened yesterday. And it is very clear that BCCI is one of the reasons as to why this happened. The KSCA might have clearly informed BCCI about the celebratory function which was supposed to be happening yesterday. And also, without the information or the intimation to the BCCI, not a such big event would be called for. So, this is once again moving out from or slipping out from the hands of people. The BCCI has made sure that it wouldn't be blamed. Also, while speaking to the Republic TV yesterday, they told they hadn't known about this, but they will surely make sure to stop the event. And I think they have come to their point as of now. So much more updates on the same Stampede event, which will be telecasted throughout the day in Republic TV after a small break. Until then, keep watching Republic TV.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning from a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Courses begin on 30th June. Apply now.
And we have breaking news coming in. Karnataka social activist Chinnaswamy Krishna has filed a complaint in Kubon Park Police Station to register a case under Section 106 of the Indian Penal Code against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as well as Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar and also other office bearers of the Karnataka State Cricket Board for negligence. So a case now has been filed against the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister and the office bearers of the Karnataka State Cricket Board for negligence, holding them accountable for the stampede that occurred outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. And the case has been filed by Karnataka social activist Chinnaswamy Krishna. All right, so FIRs have also been filed for the stampede outside Bengaluru's Chinnaswamy Stadium, which led to the death of 11 people. And now a case has been filed against the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister and the office bearers of the Karnataka State Cricket Board for negligence. We have more breaking news coming in. And breaking news is the gate number 7 of the Chinnaswamy Stadium was the epicenter of the entire fiasco that happened outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. This after free pass rumors went viral, and these rumors led to the horrific stampede tragedy, claiming 11 lives. So it was that rumor that led to the entire chaos that happened outside the stadium. The deadly rumor that killed 11 people at the Bengaluru Stadium. Thousands of people had gathered outside to celebrate. Let's cut across to Abhishek, who's joining us for more details. Abhishek, it seems that there was confusion from the beginning because earlier the traffic police announced there'll be no victory parade, only a felicitation program will happen, and after that the RCB's official account on X said that there will be a victory parade. So a lot of confusions, and now there was a rumor that entirely led to this deadly stampede as well. So clearly what is being seen is there was no coordination really happening, and that led to the chaos, that led to the rumor, and ultimately loss of 11 lives in that stampede.
Aishwarya, very clearly it was due to the lack of the communication which happened between the RCB, the KSC, the state government and also the Karnataka State Police with respect to why this incident happened the previous day. We've very clearly seen that the Bangalore Police had mentioned there will be no victory parade, after which the RCB tweets and says there will be a victory parade. And the Bangalore, the DCM and the CM clearly mentioned that there might be a chance of victory parade, so they also invite the people to join in front of the stadium. And also the stadium clearly had mentioned that only the ticket holders or the pass holders will be allowed into the Chinnaswamy Stadium, whereas another rumor started saying that the gate number 7 will allow all the public who want to see their RCB players in the stadium to the celebratory event. So these are some of the commotions which led to the death of 11 innocent souls who wanted to make sure to visit the Chinnaswamy Stadium to view the celebratory event. So this is also one of the reasons as to why the stampede happened. So we will be giving you much more information with respect to yesterday's stampede after a small break. Until then, keep watching Republic TV.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है। मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर। अरे तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
पैडल शिफ्टर्स वो तो होंगे ही।
जस्ट पेडल्स।
डील्स और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना।
ये मिला।
हाँ? इन्होंने तो लॉलीपॉप ले लिया। क्या आप भी लेना चाहोगे? बिल्कुल नहीं। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। Each night on prime time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
a doubt, I believe that people who make money out of cricket don't care about the lives of the fans. For them, it's all commerce. And the politicians who organized that event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, DK Shivkumar, all of them, are obviously there because they want to take mileage out of the victory. I had to tell the IPL chairman, Mr. Dhumal, why don't you call RCB and tell them to stop the celebration? But even that didn't happen, and the organizers decided that while people were lying there dead, and while people were still in hospital, and while there were dozens of people fighting for their lives, at that very moment, the organizers decided to go ahead with a massive celebration inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. You see, for these cricketers and for these boss men of cricket and for the politicians, all that matters is self-importance, money, commerce, and the fan is a cog in the wheel to be used circumstantially. I refuse to believe the organizers did not know. The fact is not that they did not know. The fact is that they did not care. They couldn't have cared less about the lives of the fans.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very, very good morning. Well, I'm breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Now, the Congress in Karnataka is under fire. That is right. The BJP says that both the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister should resign after the tragedy, the Stampede tragedy in Bengaluru. FIRs have been filed. The probe has been ordered, but shifting of blame continues. This is the top story. We have reporters on the ground, but as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headline coming in. Killer Bengaluru Stampede kills 11 people and injuries have been reported. 11 people dead, 40 injured. Glaring lapses come to the fore. The pictures now come to the fore, which show several Congress MLC and ministers attending the event with their families. Questions raised if this was a private event. Republic Canada accesses new videos from the site of Stampede. Visuals show horrific pictures of people running over each other.
दुर्भाग्य से हमें इस बात की कोई जानकारी नहीं थी कि ऐसा कोई आयोजन किया जा रहा है, लेकिन जो भी हुआ बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। मैंने उनको बताया कि ऐसा शायद बाहर हुआ है और आप तुरंत इस पर बंद करवाएं, और उन्होंने जब उनको पता चला उन्होंने तुरंत उसको बंद भी।
IPL chairman Arun Dhumal says that BCCI was not aware of the event that was organized.
रिजाइन करेंगे। डीसीएम डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर ने ब्लेम किया है कि क्राउड्स अधिक थी और क्राउड्स के कारण ऐसा, तो क्या डीके शिवकुमार माफी मांग के रिजाइन करेंगे?
And politics speaks over Bengaluru Stampede case. BJP demands Karnataka CM and the Deputy CM's resignation. Yes, getting some Breaking up is coming in right now, where a stampede that took place outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium yesterday amid celebrations to mark IPL win of Royal Challengers Bengaluru mentioned at Karnataka High Court. That is right. Big update coming in. This case will be heard by the Karnataka High Court today. This is huge. Court says it will hear the matter at 2:30 p.m. and the bench of acting Chief Justice V.K. Rao and Justice C.M. Joshi say the court will take up the matter at 2:30 p.m. today. I repeat, this is going to happen today, viewers. Back-to-back is coming in right now, Republic TV. And as the investigation continues, as a probe has been ordered, we are seeing that multiple developments are coming in. It was supposed to be a historic celebration of the Royal Challengers Bengaluru first IPL title, ended in a horrifying tragedy. 11 people lost their lives, 40 people have been injured. And I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us right now, Abhishek, who's on the ground and is getting us all those pictures and what's happening a day after that terrible tragedy. Abhishek, now we understand that the Karnataka High Court will take up the matter very, very soon, in approximately few hours from now. Abhishek.
Well, Shivangi, I'm at the exact spot where the stampede happened yesterday, and these are one of the gates where the people were trying to rush out of the gate, and this is one of the locations where a couple of people lost their lives to the mistake which they never ever had done until now. So coming back to the point of the stampede, there's an update from the Karnataka State High Court saying that the matter, since when it was mentioned in the morning, the Chief Justice has mentioned that the matter will be taken up at around 2:30 in the noon, and we are probably having intention of the High Court might also register a suo motu case against the Karnataka State Government and the Karnataka State Police as well, and see their judicial consideration or judicial inquiry will be conducted, and also they will make sure the actual people who are behind this lapse might go behind the bars, is what the expectation of people of state of Karnataka is as of now. So we will have to wait and see how the court seeks this, how the court takes this into consideration. Will the court also consider the lapse of the police? Will the court also consider the lapse of the Karnataka State Government? How will it see the civilians rushing into this prime location or the CPD?
ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಇದು ನನಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟ ವರದಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಾರೆನ್ಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬಹುದು ಸರ್. ಹಿಂದಿ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಹಿಂದಿ. Okay, well, yesterday, because of RCB Stampede celebration incident, we have received about 18 patients and 6 dead bodies. All 6 dead bodies we have received as brought dead. So, among 18 patients, so most of the patients taken, 8 patients taken outpatient treatment and they went home happily. And other 10 patients we have admitted for observation. Among 10 patients, 3 patients were the orthopedic patient. They have sustained fractures of both bones of the leg. So we are preparing them for surgery today. And other small injury cases, about 7 cases, almost they have discharged. One boy is by name Bilal. He is taking treatment at the pediatric ward. He has got some right eye subconjunctival hemorrhage. He is under treatment. I have told our ophthalmologist to take care of that patient. So within 1 or 2 days he will become all right. No, right now there is no problem for vision. So tomorrow or day after tomorrow I am going to discharge that patient also.
Sir, when the victims had come in, when there were people who had injured had come in, what was the kind of reaction that given? Because definitely the situation there was very intense. What did you observe initially?
So
your initial observation, sir.
All patients which I was received yesterday, I was in the headquarter, I was in the casualty. So most of them were restless, irritable, they were highly anxious, parents were anxious, people are anxious, public are anxious. So we have made all arrangements. We got all doctors. We have taken all doctors from the different departments to casualty. So we are very much scared, and also we felt very bad about that incident. And we have rushed to the patients. We have whatever the treatment required, whichever the patient on priority basis, we have given proper treatment.
There were many politicians coming in yesterday. What is the kind of extended support that you're getting from the government? There's obviously a lot of focus.
Regarding that matter, I don't know, ma. Government will take, our minister has given standing instruction to take care of our patients. We have given, our dean and director has given lot of support. He has given, we have given full 100% free treatment. Drugs, IV fluids and all dressings, no problem. They have supplied like anything. So right now we have furnished with things properly.
Sir, there were 6 people who had deceased. Several of them were unidentified as well. Were we still able to identify?
Yeah, at the time of admission, all 6 dead bodies were unidentified. We have admitted them as unidentified. So after time passed away, the parents were come. So they have identified 2 bodies here. Then after in the midnight, so about all patients were identified.
So how many the cause of the death? That most of them
So the cause of the death after the postmortem, the concerned forensic expert will tell me.
Sir, most of the dead bodies that were handed over, they had no
External injuries. No, external injury were no patient had external injury. But other patients we have admitted on or treated on OPD basis or some injured. Except them, all dead bodies we have received at the time of examination. We don't find much injuries.
Was it a cause?
ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಹೌದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ
So just one question, sir. Ready? Sir, just in English. We're joined by boarding hospital superintendent, sir. Thank you so much for speaking. So you talked about what had happened yesterday. How many people have so far been admitted? How many are deceased, sir?
Yesterday we have admitted, we have received 18 patients and.
All right. Okay. So viewers, we just heard the medical superintendent speak there. Remember that many people are still being treated right now. So we are getting an update from the hospitals themselves, where they are talking about the treatment which the injured are going through. Because like we told our viewers, that approximately 40 people were injured. Some of the injured were brought in. They have been given free treatment. That's what the medical superintendent has said. Some of the injured were also very anxious and they were taken care of and treated. So this is some of the updates we're getting for our viewers right now. The story is taking different turns in terms of the investigation, the probe, and the evolving situation when it comes to the shifting of the blame. That is also one more angle that we are cracking right now. Okay, we're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go straight across to this footage. Republic has accessed new footage from the moment of the stampede. We'll put that footage up on your screen in a short while. Okay, we have the new videos from the moment of the stampede. Visuals show people were gasping for breath and running over each other. So these are some of the new videos that we have accessed of the stampede which had taken place, a very tragic event which had taken place. And in these pictures, you're seeing moments. I think this is the moment from the stampede where we can see the people. Some people have been injured. Some of them have collapsed. And some of them are waiting for help. So these are some pictures coming in where we see that what was supposed to be a very, very beautiful celebration of the RCB's first IPL title ended up in a horrifying tragedy when we see a massive crowd outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. There was sort of chaos. It led to a deadly stampede that killed 11 people. Those are some pictures coming in. These are exclusive pictures only accessed by Republic TV. You will not find these pictures anywhere else. And these pictures are showing the moment of the stampede. Now, these pictures are from yesterday. Of course, we will try to get our viewers all the exclusive images from the stampede in terms of what's happening on the ground. But we're getting some more updates coming in right now. Breaking news is coming in. We have the Commissioner of Police who has visited the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Okay, so these are pictures coming in right now. And the police visiting the Chinnaswamy Stadium. This is the location where the deadly stampede had happened. Police team has just reached. Remember that the probe has already been ordered. There's a magisterial probe which has been ordered in this case. But these visuals show the Commissioner of Police visiting the Chinnaswamy Stadium. So we'll stay on these pictures. And these pictures are coming in first on Republic. And we also have, I'm learning we have Abhishek. Abhishek, what's happening at the Chinnaswamy Stadium right now? We see that the CP is right now at Chinnaswamy Stadium, and we can see that there's a huge police team with him. Yes, take our viewers through what's happening live.
Well, Shivangi, the Commissioner of Police of Bangalore City has just reached the location, the location where the stampede actually happened yesterday, which we have clearly shown the aftermath of the event, which started since morning yesterday. And we have Commissioner Dayananda along with Joint Commissioner and various other police officers to make sure that he wanted to have a clear view at the location of how the mismanagement of the crowd happened. And also, we are told that the Home Minister of State, Dr. G. Parmeshwara, is about to reach Chinnaswamy Stadium here any moment. So one point is for sure, Shivangi, if at all the police and the Home Department had made necessary arrangements yesterday with respect to the crowd management, we wouldn't have had to see the 11 deaths of innocent people who were here to witness the celebrations of the RCB after 18 long years. So this is the aftermath of the event. Now that we are here, B. Dayananda along with senior other officials are here to inspect, to investigate and to find out the reasons as to why this stampede happened, and they are also here to find out the lapses as to the locations, the deployment lapses, and also various other lapses would be checked by them. And so this is one of the procedure aftermath from the Karnataka state government. So there is also another development with respect to the Karnataka state High Court. There is a suo motu case which has already been taken care of. The cognizance has already been taken care of, and the hearing will start at around 2:30 in the afternoon. And we have also been informed that Aam Aadmi Party has given a complaint to the Commissioner of Police to register an FIR against the Karnataka state government and its own police officials as of now. So there are various other developments and points of view with respect to the stampede that happened yesterday, and we will have to see how government will take it any further. Will government accept the blame? Will government accept that it was at the lapse? Will government also accept that they were the reason as to why 11 people had to lose their innocent lives? Will KSCA or the Karnataka State Cricket Academy accept the fact that they hadn't informed the BCCI previously?
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಏನು ಈ ದುರ್ಘಟನೆ ನಡೀತು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇ ಆದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ 11 ಜನ ಅಮಾಯಕರು ಮುಗ್ಧ ಜೀವಗಳ ಬಲಿಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ತಡಿಬಹುದಾಗಿತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ. ನಿಶ್ಚಿತವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ದುರ್ಘಟನೆಯನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯುತವಾಗಿ ನಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರೆ ಆ ದುರ್ಘಟನೆಯನ್ನ ತಡಿಬಹುದಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೋಚರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಫೈನಲ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನಡೀತು ಅಹಮದಾಬಾದಲ್ಲಿ. 1.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಘಟನೆ ದುರ್ಘಟನೆ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಡೆಯಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಭ್ರಮಾಚರಣೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ತಲೆ ತಗ್ಗಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗಿದೆ.
There are several questions that are being raised.
ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಆತುರವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಿಂದ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಆತುರವಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು?
Why did the state government rush to celebrate the victory of RCB?
ಯಾಕೆ ಅವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಮತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ರು?
Why did the government give the permission for the celebration?
ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರ್ವ ತಯಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೇನೆ 3 ದಿನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬಹುದಿತ್ತು, 1 ವಾರ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬಹುದಿತ್ತು?
Why didn't they plan it in advance? They could have celebrated it 3 days later or a week later.
ಇದು ಮೊದಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
And why did they have to rush to celebrate the victory? This is my first question.
ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಂಭ್ರಮಾಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಆದರೂ ಏನಿತ್ತು?
Why did the chief minister and the deputy chief minister allow celebrations outside the Vidhana Saudha?
ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ಸಹ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಂಭ್ರಮಾಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಇದು ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾವ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಯಿತು?
Did the deputy chief minister decide to celebrate it outside Vidhana Saudha, or was it the chief minister? If not both of them, at what level did the decision be taken?
ಅನೇಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. RCB ಟೀಮ್ ತಾಜ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಪಂಚತಾರ ಹೋಟ್ಲಿಂದ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧ ಹೊರಡಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ 4:05 ಅಲ್ಲಾಗಲೇ ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಂಗಣ ಹತ್ರ ಸ್ಟಾಂಪೀಡ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕಾಲ್ ತುಳಿತ
Even before the RCB team left their hotel, Taj West End, which is a 5-star hotel, at exactly 4 p.m. and 5 minutes, the stampede was witnessed outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium.
ಮುಂದೆ RCB ಟೀಮನ್ನು ಕರೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಶಾಸಕರುಗಳು ಸಂಭ್ರಮಾಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಆದರೂ ಏನಿತ್ತು?
Why did the ministers, MLAs and the deputy chief minister along with the chief minister celebrate RCB's victory outside the Vidhana Saudha? What was the necessity?
ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೂ ಸಹ,
and despite them knowing that people have died in the stampede,
ಅಮಾನುಷವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು
why did the state government
ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೂ ಸಹ
take such a decision to go ahead with the celebrations?
ಆಗಲೇ ಸಾವಿನ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 5 6 ಅಂತೇಳಿ ದೃಶ್ಯ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Media had already said that the death toll was mounting to 5 and 6.
ಕಪ್ಪನ್ನ ಮುತ್ತಿಕ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
And this is nothing but a cover-up attempt by the state government. Well, that was the BJP state president raising some serious questions, and these are pictures of Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara visiting the stadium, that exact spot outside the stadium where the stampede was witnessed and 11 people lost their lives. Here you can see this is the Karnataka Home Minister taking stock of the situation in the aftermath of the deadly stampede that claimed the lives of innocent people outside the stadium yesterday when the celebrations were going on inside the stadium. Just a few moments back, Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijendra raised some serious questions. Why did the state government proceed with the celebrations despite them knowing about the fact that 5 to 6 people had already lost their lives in the stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium? Who authorized the celebration to be held outside the Vidhana Saudha? Was it the Deputy Chief Minister or was it Chief Minister Siddaramaiah? If not both of them, at what level was the decision taken to celebrate outside the Vidhana Saudha? And B.Y. Vijendra also asked as to who gave the go-ahead to take part in the celebrations or for the celebrations to proceed inside the stadium while people were losing their lives outside the stadium in a stampede. And now in the aftermath of the deadly stampede, we have Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara there visiting the vicinity of the stadium. Exactly, this is the road where the stampede was witnessed, where you could see the crowd swelling with each passing minute, had climbed on one another just to get inside the stadium. Some of them had even scaled the compound walls of the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. And despite despite witnessing all these scenes outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, there was no adequate police cover. The police only lathi charged fans and people who had arrived there to witness and to get a glimpse of RCB, which had recently won the IPL 2025 trophy. It's a maiden trophy that the RCB won after 18 long years, but the celebrations quickly spiraled into chaos, panic, and there was a lot of commotion outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And in the aftermath, a day after the Stampede, we have Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara there visiting the stadium premises and also outside the stadium, where you could see people arriving in large numbers. This is the exact gate where the Stampede was also witnessed. Abhishek is also live with us. Abhishek, Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara is currently outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Take us through what's happening on ground zero and also about these questions that the BJP state president has asked.
Well, Deepak, it is very clear that the Home Minister and Bengaluru City Police Commissioner, Mr. Dayananda, is here to recreate the scene which happened yesterday. We are exactly in front of gate number 18, where the stampede actually took place and which was the epicenter of the event which happened yesterday. Home Minister demanded the Bengaluru City Police Commissioner, Dayananda, to make sure all the police officers who are in the senior rank to placed in wherever location they were placed the previous day as well. So this is a run through of the officials deployment yesterday which had happened. Mr. Dayananda is explaining the Home Minister the deployment of the police staff and why the incident happened. They are actually looking at if there procedural lapse, if there was miscommunication. So the road which connects to the stadium, the footpath which connects to the stadium, the location where the stampede happened, this which you are seeing is actually having a...
He is going to hold another high-level meeting with the officials of Karnataka State Police as well as the KSPA officials is what we have been informed. So we clearly see that the Home Minister is here to make sure that this type of incident doesn't repeat. At least now the government has made sure to see the actual cause behind this stampede. So this is one of such events where previously whatever event had happened, a recreation of the same event. The Home Minister very clearly wants to see in detail which officer was placed in which gate. So he is going in precise. So probably looking at Dr. G. Parmeshwara's reaction or
Dr. G. Parmeshwara's reaction or speed, if at all this comes into force, there should be some of the senior officers who were in the actual places, who were given some jobs to take care of, would get out of their jobs at least for a couple of days because of their negligence. It is because of their procedural lapse that 11 innocent people had to lose their lives. So this is the live visual which you are seeing right in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium, which was the epicenter of yesterday's stampede. So at least now Priyanka Gaya, while talking to the media, has accepted that the government should own the responsibility of the death of these 11 innocent people. Now the next development what we are showing you through our camera is Dr. G. Parmeshwara is walking with the Commissioner of Police Dayananda towards the entry gate number 19, and also he has started his move towards the public gate which was supposed to be a free entry gate yesterday. There was a rumor which started yesterday saying that all the public from any state, any city, any part of the place could actually walk into the Chinnaswamy Stadium because it was a free entry. So after this rumor, it is believed that people started flowing towards Chinnaswamy Stadium, and now we are heading towards that gate which particularly saw deaths of many people. So we are expecting a meeting with the KSCA officials as well with the Home Minister. The BCCI president, while talking to the Republic team, had very clearly mentioned that he had no information on holding such a celebratory event in Bengaluru. So is this true? Is what BCCI claiming is true? Hadn't KSCA informed the BCCI? Hadn't KSCA actually taken the permission of BCCI? One side, the RCB on social media posts that there will be a celebratory march. On another hand, the government says there might be chances of celebratory march through the open bus. On the other hand, the government very clearly mentioned that we hadn't given any permission. So there are a lot of confusions as to why this happened. Now we have reached gate number 21. This shows service, emergencies, entry or exit. So Home Minister and the Commissioner have reached the gate. They are into their way. Inside the stadium. So we will be giving you much more updates on what happened yesterday and the continuation of the same until today. So take a break as of now. We'll be back in some time.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जिन्होंने इस राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर आंदोलन में अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया, उन सबके चित्र, उन सबके नाम हमारे समक्ष आ रहे हैं।
मनीष, ये बात तो रही इतिहास की, लेकिन हम आज में हैं, श्री राम जन्मभूमि परिसर में हैं, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के इस समारोह में हैं। तो आज हम ही नहीं बल्कि सभी सनातन धर्म में आस्था रखने वाले प्रसन्न हैं, क्योंकि रामलला के दरबार में लगातार एक के बाद एक न केवल सनातन धर्म की प्रतिमान बल्कि हमारे आराध्यों के विग्रह की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो रही है। और इससे भारतीय जनमानस की चेतना में जो ऊर्जा और उत्साह का संचार हुआ है वो अद्भुत है। न भूतो न भविष्यति।
बिल्कुल, न भूतो न भविष्यति। और कई बार जब इस कार्यक्रम के निमित्त हम यहाँ पर आ रहे थे तो हम कह रहे थे कि हम मनुष्यों का जीवन कितना है, और आज के कालखंड की बात करें, आज के समय की बात करें, 70 साल, 80 साल, 90 साल, यही तो है। लेकिन जब हम इस मंदिर के वास्तु की बात करते हैं, मंदिर के निर्माण की बात करते हैं, तो जो हमारे वास्तुशास्त्री हैं, जो हमारे जानकार हैं, वो ये बताते हैं कि इस मंदिर की आयु हजारों साल है। 2-2.5 हजार साल तो इस संरचना के मुताबिक इस मंदिर की आयु है। न जाने कितनी बार हम जन्म लेंगे, न जाने कितनी बार हम मृत्यु को प्राप्त होंगे, और न जाने कितनी बार ये संभव है कि हम अपने अगले जन्म में इसी मंदिर में उपस्थित हों, हम उससे अगले जन्म में इसी मंदिर में उपस्थित हों। और हम कितने सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हमने बहुत से मंदिरों का निर्माण होते हुए तो नहीं देखा, लेकिन आज हम इस मंदिर के निर्माण होते हुए देख रहे हैं। समाज के कई वर्ग अपने अपने अलग अलग रूपों में इस मंदिर की व्याख्या कर रहे हैं। कोई कहता है कि संकल्प से सिद्धि तक की यात्रा है, तो कोई अतीत से लेकर आज तक के समस्त घटनाक्रमों को एक बार में याद कर लेता है। इस संघर्ष गाथा को देखता है जब सुख की अनुभूति हमें होती है। और हमारे साथ इस समय कमेंट्री बॉक्स में श्री तिवारी जी मौजूद हैं, और जो कि शिक्षिका हैं। और मुझे लगता है एक शिक्षक होने के नाते, चूंकि हमारी संतति को, हमारे समाज को, जो आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी है उसको शिक्षित करती हैं, संस्कारित करती हैं, तो जरूर मन मस्तिष्क में जो भाव होते हैं उन भावों का प्रकट होना भी बहुत जरूरी है। श्री जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? इस पूरे प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कार्यक्रम की आप भी साक्षी बन रही हैं, और निश्चित तौर पर आपके मन में भी भाव जरूर आ रहे होंगे। उस भाव से हम सबको आप रूबरू कराएं।
मनीष जी, जो भाव मन में आ रहे हैं उनको शायद शब्दों में बयां कर पाना बड़ा मुश्किल होगा, क्योंकि पहली बार मैं राम मंदिर में आई हूँ, और यहाँ जो रामलला जी की मूर्ति मैंने देखी और उनसे उनकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा देखी, तो बहुत ही मन में के जो भाव हैं उन्हें बिल्कुल 2 शब्दों में, 2 पंक्तियों में कह पाना बड़ा मुश्किल है। पर ये कह सकते हैं कि भाव सूचियाँ बहुत हैं, भाव सिर्फ राम है।
आपने 2 शब्दों में जो बात रखी है वाकई दिल तक गई है। और ये बात सिर्फ आपकी नहीं है, बल्कि समाज से जुड़ा हुआ कोई भी वर्ग हो, समाज से जुड़ा हुआ कोई तबका हो, इस समय हर कोई जो भी सनातन धर्मावलंबी है, जो भी प्रभु श्री राम में आस्था रखता है, जो भी हमारी सनातन में आस्था रखता है, जो भारत को प्यार करता है, जो भारत के भाव से जुड़ा हुआ है, जो भारत के भाव से जुड़ा हुआ है, और वाकई उस ज्योति स्वरूप प्रकाश पुंज से जुड़ा हुआ है, जिसके प्रकाश से हम सभी आलोकित हो रहे हैं, जो प्रकाश हमारा मार्गदर्शन करता है। और वाकई वो सभी लोग आज अपने आप को इस प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के कार्यक्रम से संबद्ध कर पा रहे हैं। और प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का ये कार्यक्रम लगातार पिछले 3 दिनों से चल रहा है। आपको बता दें कि 2 जून से ये कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ हुआ है, और 2 जून को जल कलश यात्रा, सरयू जल कलश यात्रा निकाली गई, और जो कि अयोध्या के अलग अलग स्थानों से होती हुई वीणा चौक, रामप्रत, श्रृंगार हाट, हनुमानगढ़ी बाजार, दशरथ महल होते हुए रामकोट बैरियर और रंग महल होते हुए ये यज्ञ मंडप तक इसने प्रवेश किया। तो ये वो पहला चरण था जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत हुई, इस अनुष्ठान की शुरुआत हुई। और इसमें कह सकते हैं कि आप देखिए ना कि हमारे यहाँ जो भी कार्यक्रम होते हैं वो अलग अलग जो हमारे प्रकृति के अवयव हैं उनके प्रति हम अपने प्रेम का, अपने भाव का, उनके प्रति हम एक आदर का जो प्रकटीकरण करते हैं, वही है हमारी ये परंपराएं। और इन परंपराओं में कहीं ना कहीं विज्ञान है, प्रकृति का संरक्षण और संवर्धन है। क्या आप हमसे सहमत हैं पूजा जी?
बिल्कुल, जो आपने कहा वो बिल्कुल सत्य वचन कहा मनीष। हर चीज़ का एक तरीका होता है, एक विधि होती है, और ये जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की आप प्रक्रिया देख रहे हैं, इसकी भी एक विधि है। सामान्यतः जो सर्वमान्य या फिर यूँ कहें कि जो सर्वसुलभ प्रक्रिया, या फिर ऐसे भी कह सकते हैं कि जो आम लोगों के लिए जो प्रक्रिया होती है, उसके अनुसार सबसे पहले हम प्रतिमा को गंगाजल या विभिन्न पवित्र नदियों के जल से स्नान कराते हैं। फिर स्वच्छ वस्त्र से मूर्ति को पोंछकर नवीन वस्त्र धारण कराए जाते हैं, और इसके बाद प्रतिमा को शुद्ध एवं स्वच्छ स्थान पर विराजित करके चंदन का लेप लगाकर श्रृंगार किया जाता है। फिर बीज मंत्रों का पाठ कर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की जाती है, और इस समय मंत्रोच्चार कर विधि विधान से भगवान की पूजा की जाती है। अंत में आरती अर्चन कर लोगों में प्रसाद वितरण किया जाता है। मनीष,
बिल्कुल, ये वो विधि है जो कि हम आमतौर पर एक आम जन के लिए, जो लोग अपने घरों में मंदिरों को स्थापित करते हैं या समाज में अलग अलग जगहों पर मंदिरों की स्थापना होती है, वहाँ पर ये विधि का स्थापना होती है। और ये समय आरती का कार्यक्रम राम दरबार में उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी अपने दर्शकों को एक बात और बताना चाहेंगे पूजा। जब यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ हैं, तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ 3 पीढ़ियों का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर। महंत योगी यानी कि वो खुद गोरक्ष पीठाधीश्वर हैं, उन्होंने भी राम जन्मभूमि का जो आंदोलन लगातार चला, संघर्ष का वो लंबा कालखंड, उसमें उनका भी योगदान रहा है। और उनके गुरु महंत अवैधनाथ महाराज ने, उन्होंने भी अति सक्रिय होकर राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन में अपना योगदान दिया, जिसके फलस्वरूप हम ये आज का दिन देख पा रहे हैं। और महंत अवैधनाथ के गुरु महंत दिग्विजय नाथ, वो भी इसी श्रृंखला में शामिल रहे हैं, और आज जब वो यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, तो आप यकीन मानिए कि हम उन सभी दिव्य आत्माओं का स्मरण कर रहे हैं, उन तमाम दिव्य विभूतियों का स्मरण कर रहे हैं, जिन्होंने अपने बलिदान से, जिन्होंने अपने तमाम अथक मेहनत, उनके प्रयास, उनका सर्वस्व जो उन्होंने निछावर करने की जो भावना रही है, जिसके चलते आज हम ये दृश्य देख पा रहे हैं, उन सभी को हम हृदय की अनंत गहराइयों से न केवल नमन कर रहे हैं, बल्कि हम श्रद्धा से अभिभूत भी हो रहे हैं। और ये दृश्य वाकई अद्भुत हैं। पूजा,
मनीष, आपने मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ की बात की। उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जो इस कार्यक्रम में प्रतिभाग कर रहे हैं, दरअसल उनका होना यहाँ काफी महत्वपूर्ण है। जैसा कि आपने बताया कि वो एक साथ 3 पीढ़ियों का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहे हैं। और जब हम योगी आदित्यनाथ की बात करते हैं, तो वो सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री ही नहीं, बल्कि वो गोरक्ष पीठाधीश्वर भी हैं।
ये 2 दृश्य टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर, एक तरफ शिवलिंग में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का कार्यक्रम हो रहा है, और दूसरी तरफ हम लगातार देख रहे हैं कि योगी आदित्यनाथ उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री और गोरक्ष पीठाधीश्वर। और हम यहाँ पर प्रशंसा करना चाहेंगे अपने तमाम छायाकार जो हमारे साथी हैं, हमारे जो तकनीकी सहायक हैं, जिनके माध्यम से वो लगातार किस तरीके से दृश्यों का परिवर्तन कर रहे हैं, दृश्यों का संयोजन कर रहे हैं। और उनकी ये पूरी कोशिश है कि किसी भी दृश्य से हमारे तमाम वो करोड़ों दर्शक जो कि दूरदर्शन को इस समय देख रहे हैं, विशेष प्रसारण को देख रहे हैं, वो हर उस महत्वपूर्ण दृश्य को देख पाएं जो दृश्य वो देखना चाहते हैं, हर उस प्रक्रिया को वो समझ पाएं जिसको वाकई समझना बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है। हाथों से इस शिवलिंग का स्पर्श अपने आप में भाव से भरने वाला है। मंत्रों से, उनके उच्चारण से बुदबुदाते हुए ये ऊंट जो कि श्रद्धा के न जाने कितनी अनंत गहराइयों में हमको लेकर जाते हैं। इन दृश्यों को जब हम समायोजित करते हैं तो सिर्फ एक ही बात निकलती है, भारत माता की जय, प्रभु श्री राम की जय, सनातन धर्म की जय। और जब हम राम राज्य का जिक्र करते हैं तो राम राज्य यहीं से शुरू होता है। राम राज्य इसी परिकल्पना पर आधारित होता है कि दैहिक दैविक भौतिक तापा राम राज काहू ना व्यापा, यानी कि किसी को किसी तरीके का व्याधि ना रहे, यही राम राज्य है। और इसी को प्रेरणा वाक्य मानते हुए उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री लगातार काम कर रहे हैं और हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी की मार्गदर्शन में जो लगातार काम चल रहा है वो वाकई प्रेरणा देने वाला भी है। और न जाने कितनी सदियां इस कालखंड की ऋणी रहेंगी कि इस कालखंड में एक ऐसा नेतृत्व हमें मिला, जो नेतृत्व ने भारत को नया भारत बनाया, जिस नेतृत्व ने भारतवासियों के मन में गर्व और गौरव की अनुभूति प्रदान की, जिस नेतृत्व ने सनातन धर्म के अंदर, सनातन धर्म के प्रति लोगों के अंदर आस्था प्रदान की। पूजा, ये तस्वीरें बहुत कुछ कह रही हैं। गणपति के देखिए कितनी दिव्य और भव्य मूर्ति है और उनके अस्त्रों को उनको पहनाया जा रहा है और सभी लोग इस समय उपस्थित हैं। हर कोई मंत्रोच्चार कर रहा है और एक तरफ ये भी हम कहेंगे कि अंदर तो ये मंत्रोच्चार चल रहा है और उधर भगवान सूर्य देव भी लगातार अपने जो कहते हैं ना कि वो अपने प्रभाव को दिखा रहे हैं। इस समय मौसम में भी गर्मी जबरदस्त है।
बिल्कुल ठीक बात है मनीष की मौसम भी अपने पूरे जोश में है। वैसे तो जेठ का महीना है और इस जेठ के महीने में जबरदस्त गर्मी होती है, लेकिन यहाँ पर ये बात ध्यान देने लायक है कि इतनी गर्मी के बावजूद भी आस्था इस पर भारी है, क्योंकि जो आंकड़े प्राप्त हो रहे हैं उसके मुताबिक हाल के दिनों में दर्शनार्थियों की संख्या बहुत आगे तक पहुंच गई थी। प्रत्यक्ष किम प्रमाणम अस्ति, अर्थात प्रत्यक्ष को प्रमाण की क्या जरूरत। आस्था अर्थ का आधार बन रही है, आस्था आधुनिक जीवन का आधार बन रही है, आस्था एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का पर्याय बन रही है और यही आस्था उस भारत के बुनियाद में रही है। मनीष,
हर हर महादेव का ये उद्घोष चहुं ओर है। जहां जाइए हर व्यक्ति हर हर महादेव के इस उद्घोष से, ये देखिए ये दृश्य, ये है आदर सत्कार। गोविंद देव गिरी जी महाराज उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री को शॉल पहनाते हुए, और ये देखिए ये हिंदवी साम्राज्य का वो प्रतीक, ये छत्र।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
और अचरज में डालने वाला भी है कि अभिजीत मुहूर्त प्रत्येक दिवस में होता है, सिर्फ बुधवार को छोड़कर। यानी कि खास बात यह कि बुधवार को अभिजीत मुहूर्त नहीं होगा, बाकी हर दिन अभिजीत मुहूर्त होता है। और प्रतिदिन यह अभिजीत मुहूर्त लगभग 45 मिनट का रहता है। और जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का कार्यक्रम संपन्न हो रहा है तो यह अनुष्ठान संशोधित मुहूर्त में हो रहा है। ये बहुत शुभ मुहूर्त है और इस मुहूर्त में किया गया कार्य विजय ही विजय प्रदान कराता है। और प्रतिमा प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के लिए ये मुहूर्त बहुत खास माना जाता है। मनीष,
बिल्कुल सही, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि एक कहते हैं ना कि परमात्मा ने आपको जब कभी भी कोई शुभ काम या आपको कोई अच्छा काम, तो दिन में लगभग 40 से 45 मिनट का ये वक्त होता है जब एक अभिजीत मुहूर्त होता है, जिस मुहूर्त में आप अपने किसी भी शुभ काम को आप शुरू कर सकते हैं, उसको संपन्न कर सकते हैं। लेकिन ध्यान देने वाली बात यह है कि बुधवार को ये मुहूर्त नहीं होता है। और अब ये टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर लगातार अलग अलग
Well, so this is the Pran Pratishtha 2.0 that you can see on your screens. On the screen, you can see UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. This is a consecration ceremony of Lord Ram and other deities in Sri Ram Janambhoomi complex that has already started. In fact, on the other side of this very short break, we'll tell you more about the consecration ceremony, Pran Pratishtha 2.0.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लल जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?